It's my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Valérie Loiseau. Dr. Loiseau is Samuel Kendall Dobbs Professor of French and Chair of the Department of French and Italian at Emory University. Dr. Loiseau is the author of 3 books: Author Narratives, The Post-Plantation Literature of Faulkner, Glissant, Morrison, and St. John Peirce; The Tropics Buyback, Colonial Coup in Caribbean Culture, which is the winner of the MLA's Aldo and Jean Scaglione Prize, and Water Graves. And Water Graves, the Art of the Unritual in the Greater Caribbean, published recently in 2020. She's also directed, which I think is a fantastic specialist issue of La Revue des Sciences Humaines in honor of her mentor, Edouard Glissant, in 2013. In addition, Dr. Loiseau has published over 40 articles and book chapters on Caribbean literature and culture, hurricanes and climate change, creolization, contemporary art, food studies, and the Algerian War of Independence in venues including Kalalou, Études francophones, the French Review, Mississippi Quarterly, Small Acts, Southern Spaces, the Presse Universitaire des Antilles, and Cambridge University Press. She's currently working on 2 books. Écriture de la Terre examines what Caribbean art and literature can teach the world as we combat climate change. Fiction for Archives, rethink the colonial historiographies of the Algerian War of Independence through fiction, film, pop music, auto theory, and more. It is our pleasure to welcome Dr. Loiseau at FSU today.
Thank you so much for this introduction. I want to make sure that I speak in the mic because can you hear me back there? Yes. You can't? Maybe it's off.
I'm sure it's on. Oh. It's on. Sit up.
You're good. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay. No? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll try to speak very close to the mic. Thank you for this introduction. It's quite a treat to be here, and I would like to thank Vanessa Selk for organizing the exhibit, Symposium, for Martin Monroe for hosting us through the Winthrop King Institute. Thank you to Yuna Esposito for the diligent and efficient communication, and for Wesley Benoit for impeccable logistics. It's a treat to be here today because this is a repeat of a ground-shaping event, the TOUT-MONDE Colloquium Foundation in Miami in 2018, when I met many of the artists and scholars who are here today and who have been since then crucial for my work. So it's good to see many of you again, and it's good to still be here on the other side, l'autre bout de l'eau of COVID, and in this fraught period of our history when making beauty and fomenting thought is more vital than ever. So Vanessa asked me to return today to my book, Water Graves, that was published in 2020. And the book was written in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, and also in the aftermath of the enormously lethal Middle Passage that preceded and is connected to Katrina. Since it was published, and in many ways thanks to Vanessa's curating, I have felt the urge of writing Water Graves #2, because we're in the HOMO SARGASSUM exhibit, we're very much in this context of repeating violence done onto humans, non-humans, and oceans alike, an environmental racism brought to the surface in this exhibit and symposium by the devastation signaled by Sargasso wreckage. Critics and artists who wrote entries for the catalog were assigned a theme, and mine was diving, so it was great. I love it. It was a good challenge. So diving helped me modulate anew my notion of unritual, since in the act of diving, we humans leave our comfortable earthly ground to experience the limitations of our own survivability. For the purpose of my demonstration today, I will return briefly to some of the concepts of water graves, the sea, the unritual, the ex aqua after M. Nubeze Philip, and to my concept inspired by Glissant of a relational ecological sacred. The latter part of the talk will revisit some of these concepts through some of the Sargasso artists featured in the exhibit. My aim today is to show that while artists produced in this state of unritual, their main thrust is driven by the re-ritual, an aesthetic gesture of producing the sacred in watery sites of desecration. And I think that's what Dr. Tolio yesterday meant when he says that as artists, we do not react like scientists, but like shamans. And I love really this concept of shaman and techno-shamans. This production of the sacred is based on the radical relinquishing of our power over other humans, vegetal and animal lives, and also over watery sites. So I'll start with the sea very briefly because it's enormous, but I will say a few words about the sea and the unritual. The sea in the Caribbean is history, as poets Camus Brathwaite, Edouard Glissant, and Derek Walcott have taught us. Think, for instance, here about Barbadian Brathwaite's submarine unit, Unity, that he develops in his Caribbean Men in Space and Time essay. Think about Glissant's Triple Abyss in the open boat, which is also featured in this exhibit. And think of Walcott's poem, The Sea is History. And I didn't plan it like this, but I saw that both the sea is history and the open boat are featured in this exhibit. So in The Sea is History, Walcott describes the sea as that gray vault which has locked up, and I quote, monuments, battles, martyrs, and where history really begins, when all humans and their wars have gone quiet, and I quote Walcott again, and in the salt chuckle of rocks, with their sea pools, there was the sound, like a rumor, without any echo, of history really beginning. So Walcott's sea history really beginning requires again a radical relinquishing of our anthropocentrism, a gesture evident in so many of the artists who are exhibiting here in the HOMO SARGASSUM. The sea in the Caribbean is cemetery. It's the site of an immense death, that of the victims in the millions of the Middle Passage and of all its contemporary manifestations. It's the unfathomable abyss, mixing life and death, of Glissant's open boat, the underwater signpost, as he calls it, of the remainder of the human bodies dwelling at the bottom of the ocean. These traces, Glissant writes, and I wish I could read the French, but I don't think I would have enough time, but many of you probably have this text in mind. So these traces still bring to mind, I'm quoting here, like seaweed, and I'm emphasizing this today, these lowest depths, these deeps, with their punctuation of scarcely corroded balls and chains. Sargasso catastrophe makes us read this anew. The ecological catastrophe is a resurfacing of a much deeper history of colonization, enslavement, and human hubris. As Martinican thinker Malcolm Ferdinand argues in his Écologie décolonial ecology, Earth and humans, and here we should say sea and humans, are wounded by the same colonial and imperialist thirst for exploitation and extraction. He calls this a double fracture or double fracture, which is both colonial and environmental. The sea in the Caribbean is desecrated. It's the site of what I term the unritual, and you have a quote here. Unritual is a state more absolute even than desecration, since the latter implies the existence of a previous sacred state or object, a temple, a grave, a ceremonial. Unritual is the obstruction of the sacred in the first place. Anthropological paleontologists mark the first burials as the threshold of humanity. The stripping of rituals is thus a fundamental attempt to uncouple humans from their humanity. Through the prefix un, referring to the absence or undoing, I consciously link unritual with the word undead. The unritual and the undead dwell in a state of limbo where those gone without appropriate rituals persist in living amongst and hunting the living. Like the zombie, they are liminal figures in a state of dehumanization, of de-ontologization, produced by enslavement and other forms of colonization, extraction, capitalism. Ex aqua. As Tobago poet M. Nubese Philip explains in her poem Zong, retrieving bodies from the sea and resacralizing them require other means than the terrestrial ones. The bodies of the drowned are at the same time nowhere to be found and everywhere in the ocean, potentially. Caring for the souls and stories of the enslaved and migrant humans who have drowned is not a matter of excavation, but rather of ex aqua, to follow Philip's neologism. What is the word for bringing back bodies from water? She asks. From a liquid grave. I find words like resurrect and subaquatic, but not ex aqua. Does this mean that unlike being interred, once you're underwater, there's no retrieval? That you can never be exhumed from water? What marks the spot of subaquatic death? The sea, following Nubese Philip, in the Caribbean is sacred space. It is the realm of the en bas de l'eau, the space below the water, where spirits of the unborn and the departed alike reside, the place where life came from and where it will return. The paradoxical manifestation of sacred life in a desecrated space find its most striking manifestation in Edouard Duval-Carrier's art. Through his creation of the en bas de l'eau, a sacred people of the sea, and their vibrant, glittering, arborescent indigo queen, la reine des en bas de l'eau, Duval-Carrier unravels an underwater world where the sacred manifests itself in the enmeshment of the dead and the living, the tree and the human, and the seaweed flows and the waves currents. Duval-Carrier's sacred is one among many examples of what I called a relational ecological sacred, inspired by Glissant's notion of the sacred and also his notion of relation. The ecological sacred is a process, and I'm quoting from the book. Yes, I don't think you have this quote, whereby artists create sacred objects and rituals, emphasizing the connection among humans, fish, coral sea, salvage window frames, or archival legal proceedings such as Nubese Philip. Glissant's philosophie de la relation was published in 2009 at a point where his health was failing, shortly after his last visit to his native Martinique. The text is deeply personal but also deeply large. The sacred constitutes the object, or rather the subject, of the first and last chapters of his Philosophie de la Relation, and he calls this sacred un autre sacré, another sacred. I'm going to skip a little bit here. Glissant's other sacred, which may or may not be linked to an established religion, such as Vodou, Christianity, or Congo, involves chains of solidarity and relation, connections with the planet and its elements, large as the ocean or small as a sargassum plant. This is what I term a relational ecological sacred at work in Caribbean thought and practiced by the artists I frequented in Water Graves and now in HOMO SARGASSUM. This relational ecological sacred, and this is your quote, I think, yes, it is your quote, makes complete sense once we have adhered to the premise that a sacred philosophy of the living cannot be reduced to the living of humans. Roots, murmurs, flowers, trees, birds, and volcanoes enter in the composition of Glissant's other sacred, an ecological relationality which humans do not transcend. As I will show in a few minutes, the effacement of humans is a frequent gesture in the works of HOMO SARGASSUM. This disappearance can be bad news or good news. It could signal or it could act as the prophetic siren of our possible effacement from the face of the earth, or it could also point to the ethical stance of letting go that may lead to a hopeful relational future. And it's hard to find optimism these days, but let's hang on to hope. So as a natural mirror, water is particularly apt to add a sacred dimension. Indeed, the mirror, or its avatar as the watery surface, is a recurring object in Vodou and Congo religions, where it's conceived as the dwelling of the spirits and ancestors. Religion scholar Kyra Malika Daniels evokes its centrality and downward pull, and I quote Daniels, "Making the connection between the spirit world and water, humans came to associate spirits with a downward divine realm, as bodies of waters are typically ground-oriented." In his Indigo Room, by contrast, so it's an exhibit at the Fort Lauderdale Museum of Art, Duval Carrier's pull for the visitor to look up, and I'll explain a little bit. I don't know how many of you have seen the exhibit in Fort Lauderdale, but when you enter the room, there's a mirror surface which is above. So you actually have to do a kind of limbo, limbo movement to look up. And this is like the inversion of this downward pull that Kyra Malika Daniels refers to. And I would really recommend going to see that beautiful exhibit, permanent exhibit. So basically, Duval Carrier places the living viewer in the position of the departed, creating a troubling interchangeability between the realms of the dead and the living, and also pointing to a transient, humble state. But I'm asking today, what happens to the mirror surface when sargassum blurs it, troubles the reflection of the soul, when the erupting sargasso, as in Duval Carrier's painting featured in this exhibit, what happens to the sacred when so many balls of fire and brimstone put that sea on fire? Is the access to the sacred barred, or is there still room for an ecological, relational sacred in this age of sargassum emergency. And here, I think that yesterday I found an answer, or the beginning of an answer, in Luisa Maharo's presentation. And I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your last name correctly, but I really loved the shift, because you also present an inflamed, like a sea on fire, but then you move to the blue, you know, the negative image of the sargassum that becomes blue, and that then connects us again to the sacred, you know, depth of the ambaglo. So I just, you know, this is something I want to think about some more, but I think you start to give us an answer in your art here. All right, so now let's dive. Upon receiving my one-word assignment for the catalog, which was diving, I immediately thought of Derek Walcott's The Sea is History, in which the poet invites us to dive into Caribbean history. And I will quote from The Sea is History here. "Strap on these goggles, I'll guide you there myself. It's all subtle and submarine." By presenting the poet as guide, Walcott places himself in the lineage of Virgil and Dante, who take the reader, as if by the hand, into the underworld. But let's remember, the undersea is not the underworld. By way of contrast, the St. Lucian poet invites the memory seeker to dive into another realm of the dead, the undersea. Similarly, the artist features in Homo Sargassum invite us to dive into that strange realm of life in death that is the ambaglo. But technically, how does one dive into sargassum? The voiceover of the HOMO SARGASSUM video exhibition, which we viewed yesterday, like Walcott, invites us to immerse ourselves into the water. And I quote, "Come, dive into the regenerative abyss, to let Earth rest once again into your ancestral past." The opening montage of the short film moves from an aerial view of the Caribbean shoreline, sea expanse, weeds, to resurface once more with a shot on a beached, filthy mass of dead sargassum, forbidding any possible diving. Many works in Homo Sargassum defy the invigorating movement of diving, the fluid passage of the body between earth, air, and water, and the exaquaing of its soul. In its healthy state, sargassum is oxygen-filled and buoyant, never meant to attach to the seafloor or the beach. It provides food and refuge for fish, sea turtles, crabs, and other marine life. Due to human-caused rising sea temperatures, as we saw yesterday with a scientist intervening here, what was once a source of life becomes toxic and often lethal when it strands on lands and beaches, causing harm to flora, fauna, corals, and humans. What was once fluid becomes stifling. Oh, I forgot the slide with the Walcott quote, and this is one of Walcott's own watercolors here, because we tend to forget that Walcott was also an artist, a visual artist, and this is a still of Billy Gérard Frank's second eulogy. Microphone, okay. So, whereas Derek Walcott invited us to strap on our goggles, Jamaica-based artist Camille Sheda built an installation on square glasses made from sargassum concrete blocks. The blocks simultaneously reveal and obstruct the view of photographic shots of the beach, of clean slates of white sand, and of a tourist sunbathing. And we have a close-up of this tourist sunbathing at the bottom. The structure also contains an enormous pile of sargassum, overwhelming the serene images of the shoreline. The blocks, Cheda states, became windows to observe the devastating effects on our everyday lives. Sheda's concrete frames are the opposite of Walcott's goggles, an anti-diving. Guadeloupean installation artist Minya Biabiani also presents her work under the sign of stifling. Wax, she says in her artist statement, one of the inorganic materials that I use in my practice, evokes for me the act of coagulating and blocking movements and cycles. Her 1-minute experimental film, Breathing Flowers, presents us with an initially puzzling montage made of sequences of sea waves approaching abstraction as it is filmed, as if it were filmed from a fast motorboat, the still life of a sea anemone placed in a lab jar, a bleached bone or shell structure, a brown hen diving into black water, returning once more to the frenzied sea waves. The extracted hexaquad anemone in its size, round shape, and vivid red resembles a human heart ripped from its body. Like wasted sargassum, it has been torn from its flowing, breathing environment. Yet the flower heart is not dead and invites the viewer to breathe with it. The soft movement of the hand plunging back into black water seems to return the body to its benevolent fluidity. In her Drifting Alert Sargasses short film, Biabiani associates fragments of images including heavy close-ups of bananas floating in fetid water, dried up fish skins, so the bananas, dried up fish, dried up fish skins and pebbles, and shreds of sargassum weeds. Coagulated with wax and stranded on black sand. As an aside, I would just like to briefly allude to black sand, which is in a lot of these works and also in Glissant's works. And black sand is the result of volcanic matters, so it's particularly significant here. The shot of the bananas associated in the montage with shreds of sargassum creates a powerful visual connection between the two environmental ills that have poisoned land, sea, and bodies in Guadeloupe and Martinique in the past decades, chlordécone and sargassum. And on the topic, yesterday we talked about Jessica Oublier's editorial work on the peak toxic. So the human is absent from Biabiani's very short film, as if it were already too late. The Anthropocene, created by the hubris of humans, has already caused their own extinction. Humans are also blatantly absent from Grenadian Billy Gérard Frank's short film, Exiles and Entanglements. The soundtrack is built on the intermingling of cicadas chirping, seagulls screaming, water lapping, machine beeping, drone roaring, and an eerily low, well-sung music haunting, all prophetically sounding the alarm. The film begins with what I saw as a trompe-l'œil, and maybe I'm wrong, whereby a very slow camera, and maybe I'm wrong because it's hard to see, so I'm also relinquishing my authority as an interpreter here because there's some, you feel lost. So I saw this as a trompe-l'œil whereby a very slow camera seems to reveal the liquid depth of the sea, perhaps a dead coral reef. Soon, the camera reveals that we are in fact above ground, watching a beach covered in stranded red sargassum and in which a metallic barrel resembling a beached whale, which might be emblematic of the enormous devastation of climate change, overwhelms the frame. The dominating color is rust, signaling the entanglement of corrosion of metal, and decaying sargassum in this post-apocalyptic landscape. The initial visual illusion destabilizes the human viewer's gaze, who have lost our former agency. In the film and in the accompanying installation, Franck takes inspiration from Glissant's Poetics of Entanglement. Sargassum and the entanglements it forms with debris and marine life participates in Glissant's transformative relational poetics and indicates, I quote from his artist statement, transformation from waste to art. Trinidadian photographer, 3 minutes, okay. I want to spend a little bit of time on Huggins. So Nadia Huggins asks us explicitly to dive with her in the ocean. And she says, most people experience with the sea occurs at the eye level with the horizon, and they are oblivious to what is happening below the surface. Underwater, I am an alien and unable to survive without gear. I explore this limitation by holding my breath and submerging for short periods of time to capture each image. So I'm going to skip because I have a long interpretation of Huggins here. But what I wanted to point out maybe is just briefly, why doesn't it work? Okay, her website. So if you haven't gone to her website, try it yourself. You don't see it because this is a still, but the website is undulating like the sea. So as a visitor to her website, you're actually experimenting the sea surface and experimenting diving. And I really love her work. It's too bad she's not here, but I'm going to skip. The interpretation, but I want to point out that in many of her works, like Underwater Sargassum, there's healthy sargassum that is vibrant in pale yellow colors in contrast with very blue and healthy colors. And this is also what we see in Nicolas Dernay's video. We have images of this healthy sargassum, so it doesn't have to be poisonous. So I'm going to skip here and move to the conclusion. So as the human dives into the water, Huggins reminds us, she becomes aware of her own limitations, of her smallness in the sea, of her vulnerability of body and breath. It is precisely there that she can feel the vitalizing powers of a free-floating, oxygen-filled sargassum. Alejandro Duran, in his land art, reshuffles and reassigns the letter of Sargasso to write Sagrada. What has washed up as trash on the Caribbean coast of Mexico and on all the hurt coasts of the warm Atlantic becomes once again sacred. Producing the sacred in and from the giant Sargasso wreckage comes with a radical relinquishing of our human arrogance. And here you can see, if you can see, a very small human raking the immensity, of the weeds and the waves, barely perceptible. And I think that this is also an image of our, the need of of getting rid of our arrogance and become small again. 1 minute remaining, and I'm done. So. I'm ready for questions. I can talk about Glissant, I can talk about, and I would also welcome, comments from artists who are present here to, share the experience of the sargassum and, both the healthy sargassum and the rotten one, and about their, experience as artists also re-ritualizing these sites that have been desecrated. So, open to comments, questions. Yes, Tatiana.
Just one question, because then we come with one.
Oh, there's 1 minute for the Q&A.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Valérie. I had the great honor to review the book, so I've read it closely, and I've also taught from it, and it was one of the most moving classes ever, where the students and I almost broke down crying. And so it also, I assigned the CS history that day, and there's a recording of Walcott reading it, and it is wrenching. It's a very beautiful thing to have available. That's just available online. But I love everything about this research, and I love how you apply it to the works in Homo Sargassum. And I just think it's such an incredible concept. I'm wondering how you came up with the unritual. I think it's just something so particular and really a brilliant idea.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana. And I mean, there was, with the unritual, there was the idea of a stripping of something that is not there, and I played with the word a little bit. I mean, I was also playing with the dis, like disrespect, disaster, disritual, because there's also a lack of respect of the ritual, but I preferred unritual in the end. And one of my regrets, actually, in the title and in the book, is that the unritual is the point of departure. But what the poets, the visual artists, the sculptures, the installation artists do is really a re-ritualizing. So my regret is that unritual stuck in the title, but that re-ritual is the most important. And you all, the artists here, you're all doing this in such a beautiful way.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I spoke too long. It always takes less time when you practice on your own. I should know by now. Thank you.
Okay, so we can go to the next panel. Oh, Ben, I guess we have time for questions. I'm sorry. Yes.
So I'm back. I'm told that there's time for 5-10 minutes of questions. So. I don't know if any artists. Oh yes.
Sorry,
yeah.
I just have just one question. I wanted to know if, actually it was really a great presentation. I loved it. I was thinking about, I was wondering, wait a second. Thank you. So thank you for this great presentation. I really loved her. And love it.
I like her. I like to see it as her.
And I was wondering if there is an opposition in your thought about healthy sargassum, which is a sargassum on the sea,
Right.
and I don't know how you call it when the sargassum arrived on the beaches. Well, I was wondering if it's a really straight dichotomy with this LC sargassum and the other one.
So if there's really a dichotomy between healthy sargassum and unhealthy one?
Yes, because I was thinking about that, because when the sargassum is on the ocean, it's not so healthy when there is a mass of sargassum, because the light didn't cross the sargassum. And even if the sargassum seems to be healthy,
right?
Maybe the environment is not so healthy.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question, and I hadn't thought about this kind of liminal stage where sargassum could be in the middle of the sea, but yet unhealthy because it's like condensed in this, giant brown mass. But I think I'll let the scientists speak here. I know that there are scientists, and maybe you can.
But from a point of view, from literature.
From literature,
yeah.
I must admit that I thought in a dichotomic way, the unhealthy versus the healthy sargassum, but I think we can look more closely and see if it's as clear as that. What I'm thinking about also is sargassum use for sustainability, even the stranded sargassum. This is something I got curious about yesterday in the presentations, and that's also another way in which unhealthy sargassum can be used to produce, to build houses, for example, or to build the leathers, that we saw in the exhibit. So what is unhealthy is not necessarily waste, both in practical terms, like we can make things out of sargassum, maybe not eat that particular sargassum, as we saw in the Accra, the sargasse yesterday, both practical but also aesthetic. And I think that in an aesthetic way, the artists who are using rotten sargassum are also producing something beautiful. So I think it's a false dichotomy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Valerie, for your brilliant talk and all your groundbreaking work. And it's so important the way that you combine the literary, the theoretical, and the artistic. So it's really a model of the kind of work that we should aspire to. So the thing that occurred to me, or one of the many things, was that thinking about the mangrove, because that's been a model for identity before, and it's kind of in between the land and the sea and so on. So, but also I didn't really see many examples of the mangrove. I don't think any in the works of the artists. So I just wondered, if that, like the collision between the sargassum and the mangrove, what happens there? Literally what happens, but also kind of philosophically, or so that's just a thought I had.
Yeah, so I think I'll call upon Maryse Condé here, and Crossing the Mangrove. And of course, it's an ironic title for a novel because you cannot cross the mangrove, right? And I didn't think about, I don't know why, but I didn't think about sargassum and mangrove. Because in many ways it's similar. It's like aquatic, it's like watery, but also has some, plants in it, and it's something that you cannot really cross, that you cannot really dive in. It's also something that doesn't, I'm sure that some parts of the mangrove can act as a mirror, but usually you don't think of the mangrove as a mirror, as having a mirror surface, and it's. I think it would be a very productive question to ask, because there is also a mangrove, catastrophe with the disappearance of this very healthy terra aqueous, between earth and water space, which is a space of breathing, which is a space of ecological renewal of life, of plants and animals, and with erasing filling up the mangrove to build beaches or resorts. I mean, that's also another disaster, which is very much in connection with, you know, the violence done onto the land and the humans and the sea. So thank you for this. I haven't really thought about it, but I don't know if any of the artists want to talk about the mangrove or anything else. I hate to monopolize the, the mic. Do you want to say something? Gladys, do you want to say something? Anyway, yeah, one more question.
One more, please.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was thinking maybe we had a little bit of time so we could actually talk about the position of work.
Whose work? Yes, yes. So I discovered her work thanks to this exhibit. So a lot of her photographs are hybrid, hybrid fusions of her own body and sea life. For example, her skull, which is bald, is used to create new shapes with coral, for example. So you can go. I don't have these images, but there's the skull, there's the human skull, and there's a coral that provides the new ensemble, a nose, for example. And basically, I saw these as formations of new, entanglement. The notion of entanglement is very important. The mic is working now, finally. So the notion of entanglement, and also the effacing of humanity in these ensembles that she creates, and I also see it as a very feminine work of art. That's why I like it. I liked it when you said you like my paper as a she. I tend to. I think it's. I think the feminine is very, very important. The feminine and maybe even the queer. So I like these notions also of connections between queering and entanglements and creolization. So I think that's why Huggins' work, I think it's really really amazing. And yeah, so yeah, in a nutshell. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
The next panel, but they're all here now, so we're just going to move on straight to the next session, which is the interactive conversation from the Humanities Scholars echoing Caribbean history and migration. So we just want to get our speakers in place, please, and we'll move on straight. Thank you.
Testing.
I can tell you it's all the cool balls in Tallahassee. You probably know more about it than I do. Yes.
Is it ready? Should I begin now? Amazing. All right, good morning. Nice to see everyone again. When Dr. Michael Carrasco first discussed this project with me, and I began to learn about the artists that were included, and I was excited because I had written about Joy Manaya's work, earlier, and all of the artists. I was just very excited, and I started to have some meetings during the planning stages of the exhibition. And it was important to me because I had recently been, I needed to introduce myself. Again, my name is Maureen Beauchamp-Bird. I am Associate Professor of Art History here at FSU and Director of the Museum and Cultural Heritage Studies program here, which is a master's program here. Some of my earlier ideas about diaspora, came to mind. I had been thinking about it because I thought about how my ideas in the 90s, when I was working as a curator at the Caribbean Cultural Center, how things have changed in terms of the way that artists' works are discussed, in terms of diaspora and migration and related issues. And I also was thinking about how these works have been used in curatorial practice. And it's important because some of the shows that were being produced in the 90s were at the time being attacked for this focus on multiculturalism or identity politics. And I had produced an exhibition called Transforming the Crown, African, Asian, and Caribbean Artists in Britain in the 90s. And again, I was the subject of, oh, we don't need any more survey shows of Black artists. That kind of discussion was what was happening. And at the same time, I was a graduate student in the MA program at Columbia while working at the Caribbean Cultural Center. And I remember thinking, I'm not seeing a lot of work by these artists that I'm looking at all throughout England and traveling through England and developing this show. And so this project comes at a moment when I am reconsidering my earlier practice, but also trying to delve more deeply into issues around diaspora. I have a seminar this spring that I'm teaching here called Art, Diaspora, and Curatorial Practice. And in the summer, I'll be teaching British art, diaspora, and curatorial practice at FSU's London branch. And this show has allowed me to sort of go back and think about my earlier projects at the Caribbean Cultural Center and at other places, and also try to make some sense of a kind of organization. One of the things that keeps coming up is the use of ships or boat forms, as motif. And so I've been exploring that and thinking about that when we have our discussions in the classroom this semester. And I wanted to go beyond my 90s focus, which was really on the Black Atlantic, Paul Gilroy's discussions, and also discussions by James Clifford and others. And so this project allows me to delve more deeply into some of the newer work that's being produced and some of the artists there. So what I wanted to do today, before I introduce Billy and Marina, is, and by the way, Nicholas Winders, who was supposed to will not be able to be here today. He was also meant to be on this panel Just wanted to say that. But I wanted to put together some slides to give you a sense of what this show prompts for me, but also how I've been thinking about these issues around diaspora. And so these are images from the period when I was assistant director for, when I was working at the Caribbean Cultural Center as curator and director of special projects. And I came in 1993 and started to produce exhibitions that really, the director at the time, Marta Moreno Vega, wanted, a focus on, African-based cultural traditions and spiritual traditions. And so the CCC had been around since 1976, and Marta was very clear on the kinds of projects that she was developing. Carnival in New York, tribute to African diaspora women, lectures, conferences, school programs, all of them dedicated to focus on global manifestations of African-based traditions. Many of the events addressed an Afro-Latino audience in New York City, and so my curatorial projects tilted in that direction at first. But I ended up doing things that were part of my own interests too, that were diasporic. An exhibition on Audre Lorde in 1994, an exhibition on Catherine Dunham, also in that same year, which came from Marta Moreno Vega's relationship with the pioneering choreographer and anthropologist. And then I started to work on projects like Struggle and Serenity, the visionary art of Elizabeth Catlett, and then a show in 1996 called When I Am Not Here, Estoy Allá, photographs by Maria Magdalena Campos Pons. The largest project that I worked on was Transforming the Crown, which opened in 1997. Here's the catalog for it. I'll pass it. And it was a show that looked at a 30-year survey and of Black British artists. And I say Black British artists because at the time, non-white individuals in England were lumped into that category of Black. So it was African, Asian, and Caribbean descent, all of the artists in the show. And I put the show together as a 30-year survey to look at a particular time period when key movements happened in the late 20th century, starting with the Caribbean artist movement in 1966, which lasted until 1972. And then I also wanted to cover the 1980s Black arts movement that was happening there. And so diaspora was on my mind because it was a moment when the job position listings for CAA started to shift. You started to see positions where they were seeking art historians who were specialists in African diaspora art. So you could be, they kind of wanted you to be a specialist in African diaspora, art of the African diaspora, African American art, Latin American art, particularly artists that had some connection with African diaspora manifestations in their work, and also continental African artists. So all of these positions were coming up, and art history was a kind of look at itself in a way, and so diaspora was key in my mind during that period. And so one of the things that was important for me was thinking about, how have artists of African, Asian, and Caribbean descent in Britain engaged with ideas about home and nationhood. There was a lot of coverage happening in the United States at the time about, anti-immigration legislation that was happening. And so I wanted to know who is defined as British, who defines themselves as British. Why haven't these wonderful artists that I was seeing, why haven't they been included in the major art historical text that I was seeing at Columbia and then also at NYU when I was an undergraduate? And so these are the kinds of things that were on my mind as I worked as a curator in those early days in the 90s before I really started to work as a professor. And one of the artists who was important for me was Maria Magdalena Campos Pons, still important for me. And so the 1996 show that I produced at the Caribbean Cultural Center featured these large-scale Polaroids that you see some of them up at the top left. And she was using her body as this potent source for exploring national identity and femininity and spirituality, particularly Santeria aesthetics came up a lot in the work. And I really wanted this work. I wasn't able to get it for this show. This is an installation from 1992 of her work called The Seven Powers Come by the Sea. And it featured these really rough-hewn wooden representations of Yoruba deities alongside wooden replicas of slave ships along the wall. And they were arranged, images were arranged around the floor, photographs of African descendants from Cuba and other parts of, in different parts of North America. And interspersed among these were letters which form the words, "Let us never forget." And it was dominated by these powerful presences, these representations of orishas or deities that you see here along the wall that, form this sort of protective force within that space. And so their presence really inspired me as I was developing that project. And that's what's important for me now, to think about how these works are functioning in terms of issues around migration and diaspora. A lot of my considerations of these works has shifted over time, and I've gotten more detailed. This is the image from Maria Magdalena that I used to promote the course that I, the seminar that I'm teaching this semester. And it was important for me, number one, because I love the color blue, and then number two, because of the use of the book form, which comes up again and again in her work. And I thought that there was this sort of umbilical cord-like reference to the hair here that was happening that also comes up in some of her earlier work. And so what I want to do is just go through a couple more images that I've been thinking about recently around the Middle Passage, around issues of diaspora. Richard Hunt's 1987 model for a Middle Passage monument here. And this is important to me just in terms of thinking about his role in relationship to Chicago's Southside Community Arts Center. And this is something I've done a lot of work on Elizabeth Catlett, Charles White, and the WPA. And so this is a really important work that I'm working on now and thinking about now in terms of these images of both forms. Another work that was in Transforming the Crown that is very important to me is a series of paintings called the Revenge Series from Lubena Himid, who was born in Tanzania, based in Lancashire, England, and has been credited with organizing a Black women's artist movement in the 1980s in Britain. And this is key to me because here's this painting that's actually based on an earlier work by the French London-based artist James Tissot. And him had talked about going to the V&A in London. Her mother was taking her and she was looking at these images of one male figure and then two female figures. And this image, called Between the Two, My Heart is Balanced, is drawing from Tissot's Portsmouth Dockyard. It's also called How Happy I Could Be With Either. And it depicts a controversial scene in late 19th century England. The single man that's seated between two women on a boat that sails down the River Thames. Now, what's interesting about what Lubena does with this work, as inspiration, is she presents this painting, this massive painting, centered on two women of African descent. An image of Hemet and the late artist Maud Salter, who was a partner at the time. They are adorned in vibrantly colored robes, tall headdresses. The scene is in striking contrast to Tissot's three seated figures that are at leisure. In Hemet's scene, the two women stand tall in a boat that moves forward across this expanse of water, and the woman at right tosses minuscule cubes of blue dice, while this highly Egyptianized figure at left flings lengthy strips of colored paper overboard, leaving a shimmering rainbow-like trail in the water behind. So on one hand, Hemet has picked up on Tissot's penchant for rendering scenes that deal with relationships where that are ambiguous in some ways. But on the other hand, the work is accompanied by the following inscription. Two women sit in a small boat, tearing up navigation charts. How many died crossing the water? With the incorporation of that text, Hemet has positioned this work as a statement on the Middle Passage. And one of the things she said about her work was that she was trying to write herself and paint herself and her fellow Black artists into the history of British painting. And so she's transformed this placid yet enigmatic scene of white male privilege and availability of partners into an image of a Black female couple who actively perform a solemn, empowering ritual of spiritual cleansing at sea. And she's using her own body here. My other consideration recently is thinking about what has been the impact of curatorial practices on artists like Mary Evans, who is the director of the Slade School of Art in London now. Mary is a contemporary artist of Nigerian descent who lives and works in London. She was formerly based in Amsterdam, and she is shown frequently in exhibitions of contemporary African art, or African art, or African diaspora art. And so I've been thinking about the way that her work has been reviewed and discussed. And this is actually a work that deals with the Irish diaspora. And it's based on a 1980 song by the Pogues. And Mary talked about having grown up in Northwest London in the late 60s, where her friends were Irish, Afro-Caribbean, and Indian. And so she said they were all united in their immigrant status. And so the work is, and she felt a connection with that song. The Pogues were a London-based Celtic band, and the song itself is in the tradition of an Irish folk ballad style. And so I just wanted to show you some of the works that I'm thinking about in terms of my, I'm trying to come up with a way of organizing the way that these works are considered in curatorial practice the past 30-something years. I also thought about Anika Russell's work, also who's in HOMO SARGASSUM. You see her work is upstairs, and this image from the playing cards that are part of her personal storytelling tool. And I was interested because of the ship form, but also because of this figure who, I'm reading as an ancestral figure in the water, and also what she does with hair here, So this is one of the works that I'm really thinking about and considering quite extensively. I'm also thinking about the work of Ronald Cyril, and whose work I'm fascinated by. This work called Fracture. Many of the works that I've seen in terms of that have dealt with the Middle Passage almost have a serene quality to them, a calm quality to them. This work, I'm interested in the separation of the boat, this violence in there, the use of the color red, the flippers on these ancestral spirits that are in the water, and then the tree branches, how all of that comes together in this reference. And also his discussions about world ships. So I'm investigating that. They've got this card flashing at me saying I need to wrap it up. So I need this is the last image. I'm also thinking about Billy Gerard Frank's work, and I know that he will be talking about his work extensively, and you'll have a chance to ask questions. And but I'm fascinated by this work as well. And other ones, I told you I'm interested in palimpsest too. But I just wanted to give you this overview of what I'm thinking about in terms of diaspora and how Homo Sargassum is making me reconsider what I think about diaspora and try to organize things and beyond chronology. Thinking about the exhibition histories and curatorial practices are what I'm most focused on right now. So what I want to do now is I want to introduce, I actually want to let Vanessa come up. She wants to talk about Nico Winder's work, and then we'll introduce Billy Gerard Frank's work.
So I will not do the presentation for Nico Winders. I'm not able to do this, but I just wanted to say a word about him and his work and why it's so important in this project and exhibition. So Nicola Winders is an associate researcher at Florida State University at the Department of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Science. And he has a PhD in oceanography from the University of Brittany. And his research often required transatlantic voyages to collect essential data. And so he has been actually working at FSU, specializing in numeral modeling, oceanographic observations. And his work has taken him to really remote places such as the Antarctic, Galapagos Islands, Mediterranean Sea, and Africa. And so in 2010, following the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, he contributed to efforts to predict the spread of the oil. But at that time, no existing tools or instruments could accurately forecast the oil's trajectory, which inspired him to conceptualize and design a new device to address this challenge. This effort led him to the creation of the stroke drifters. So a new internationally patented and commercialized instrument. And when I met Nico in 2020 here at FSU, it was actually also at a conference about disasters in the Caribbean organized by Winthrop King Institute and Martin Monroe. He presented me with these tools, and we started discussing and talking, and what was really fascinating is when I actually saw the map, because they let these tools, for instance, at the beginning of West Africa, and then they really do this transatlantic voyage on their own. And scientists gather all the data that is collected from these tools. And by doing so, he was able to create these fascinating maps that really show and highlight, the movement, the map from West Africa to the Americas. And this is also one of the maps that is upstairs in the exhibition, and why it's so key, because it made us realize the connections, obviously, from the Sargassum transatlantic voyage to the drifters. And continued to talk with Nico Winders. He also insisted on how fascinating it was for him to observe these oceanic currents that Sargassum were actually taking exactly the same currents as the slave ships centuries ago. So exactly, in hurricanes too. So it's just what I wanted to add to explain why we introduced the scientific perspective on a panel on history and the Middle Passage. Thank you.
to welcome Billy Gerard Frank. I'm excited to hear about what he has to say. Born in Grenada, Frank is a multidisciplinary artist who works at the intersection of visual art, filmmaking, design, education, and activism. As a teenager, he moved to London, where he started to paint and explore experimental video art and installation before moving to New York City, where he studied at the New School. He was studying filmmaking and media arts there. He is the founder of the Nova Frontier Film Festival Lab in Brooklyn, which develops and showcases films and art from and about the global African diaspora. And his work addresses issues around migration, global politics, and the way they relate to gender, minority status, and post-colonial subjects. His work has been shown extensively, and he has been one of the artists representing Grenada at the 2022 biennial. He lives and works in Brooklyn, so please help me up. And I meant to say that he is also a lecturer at Yale University in the David Geffen School of Drama at Yale. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor to be here and to be in the presence of all these great artists and also all the conversations that we've been having. I thought I shift this focus specifically to bring a queer framing into this conversation in terms of my own practices, exile memory, and to sort of interrogate this from the perspective of personal as well as collective issues relating to queerness in the Caribbean. Okay, and it's an honor to be here to engage. The title of this is Trauma, Memory, Catharsis, Narratives of the African Diaspora in Contemporary Artistic Practices Through the Prism of Queerness. Okay? It is an honor to be here today and to engage in conversations with such incredible artists. For my presentation, I would like to focus on my 2019 Venice Biennale work. You've seen some of the images yesterday in the film that was shown, the last film. And this work was presented in the Grenada Pavilion. This body of work incorporates film as well as, Derek Walcott has been a big influence in my work growing up in the Caribbean, so I thought this quote might be a good space in which to enter the work. The body of work incorporates film installation, sculpture, paintings, as well as photographic work. Whenever I make a film, I always bring a crew with me to the island, but this work was all shot in Grenada as well. The image that we're seeing here is me as a young boy, and this is my dad, and it's overlaid with texts, letters that was exchanged between us over 20 years, and when I left him, I was exiled from my dad for many years, and then he passed away, and I went back to Grenada and found this suitcase that contains letters that was exchanged between us, maps and other letters exchanged between my dad and his own family that had a history of exile as well, people that left to go to England as well as the United States and the MB Empire Windrush. And I'll kind of leave it here and I'll continue with the conversation, okay? This body of work is deeply personal to me, offering a form of healing and catharsis as I mine memories of exile, queer desires, integrational trauma, and the lingering scars of colonialism. It also explores the complex realities of queer existence in the Caribbean. The work, particularly the 40-minute film installation accompanying, took a deeper resonance after the devastating loss of the devastating loss of John T. Robinson, the 22-year-old lead actor in the film. His tragic death remains shrouded in mystery and allegations, mirroring the troubling reality for queer individuals in countries where remnants of colonial laws still serve as instruments of oppression. These laws continue to cast a long shadow over our lives. I was born on the island of Petit Martinique, a sister island of Grenada, in the 1970s, during a time when it was still a British colony governed by laws that bore little connection to the lives of the realities of the people they governed. Among these was the anti-sodomy laws, relics of British colonialism, the same laws that led to the downfall of figures like Oscar Wilde. Designed to criminalize queer existence. Despite independence, these laws persist. Today, over 60 former British colonies, including in the Caribbean, still has these laws in place which continue to shape the lives of LGBT+ communities. For example, just last year, Ghana passed a bill criminalizing homosexual behavior as well as the promotion and advocacy of such behavior. Growing up in the Caribbean, I was shaped by both internalized and externalized homonegativity reinforced by society and the church, two institutions that work in tandem to police desires and sustain a culture of silence and shame. Living in Grenada at 16 for England offered a semblance of freedom, but the weight of these formative years remained. The homophobia I encountered within my own Caribbean community in London and later in Brooklyn underscored the enduring influence of colonial legacies. Second Eulogy Mind the Gap is in part an attempt to give voice to my own narrative, to honor the narrative of all those who exist at the crossroads of exile and identity. It weaves together fragmented memories, personal histories, and the spectral presence of those who came before us, those who survived and resisted or perished under the weight of these legacies. I feel a kinship with Audre Lorde's work, whose mother, like mine, was a Belma from Carriacou, Grenada's second largest sister island. In her 1982 biomythography, Zami, the new spelling of my name, Lorde inserts herself into the canon of Black autobiography while subverting its patriarchal tropes to better reflect her queer identity. The term Zami is a derogatory in the Caribbean, often used to marginalize lesbian women, but in Lorde's reclaim, it's part of her self-actualization, both mythical and materially, on the island of Carriacou, where she reimagines the Afro-Caribbean lesbians as divine. This divinity is embodied through her relationship with Carriacou woman, her mother Linda, whom she must transcend, and Afrikita, her queer lover, with whom she becomes. Lorde reminds us poetry is not a luxury, it is a vital necessity of our existence. It forms the quality of the light within which we predicate our hopes and dreams towards survival and change, first made into language, and then into idea, and then into more tangible actions, end of quote. In reclaiming memory, I engage with poetics as a form of survival, a means of breaking the imposed silence of colonialism and heteronormativity. Second Eulogy is both an eulogy and assertions that our stories must be seen and heard. Returning to Grenada to film this work was part of a confrontation and a reconciliation with my own past after 16 years of exile. As Derek Walcott writes in The Schoon of Light, either I am nobody or I am a nation, end of quote. That tension between belonging and estrangement defines the experience of exile that shaped my relationship to home for a long time. I return not only as an artist, but as a witness, reclaiming and revisiting the landscapes of my childhood, transcending the historical traumatic memories of growing up queer on the island, confronting my fears, internalized homophobia, and returning to the island after living abroad for over 20 years. And you've seen this image probably a few times as well over the course of this symposia. This is the young man, John T., who was killed in Grenada 2 years ago. His body was found washed up on the ocean. In the film, there's many scenes of this young man in the water. So in a way, it's like art imitating life, if you will. In the process of making the film and working with John T. Robinson, as well as meeting others in the LGBTQ+ community in Grenada, I realized that homonegativity I encountered as a queer teenager growing up on the island still persists, often spoken about in coded languages of silence. However, a new generation of queer people is now openly professing the love for one another, rejecting the dominant, hyper-virile gender script traditionally defined for men in the Caribbean. Defying the status quo, they are creating a new space, an embodiment of queerness, which has sparked a new wave of resistance from religious fundamentalists, modern-day crusaders against LGBT+ people in the islands. And this is a trailer of the film, and I thought I'd end here.
What's his name? Do you know your grandfather? And your great-great-grandfather? And what about your mother? Who are these people to you? Speak your grievances or hold your peace. What is your father's name, boy?
Thank you so much. And this film is a dedication to John T. Robinson, who was, I mentioned, killed last year. And whenever I show the film now, I like to honor him in the film. And the film was recently acquired by the Brooklyn Museum. And there's a lot of conversation with other institutions about acquisition of the film as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce Marina Reyes Franco, who is a curator at the Museo de Arte Contemporáneo de Puerto Rico, or MAC, is it called MAC? And her recent exhibitions include Tropical is Political, Caribbean Art Under the Visitor Economy Regime at the Americas Society, and also at the Mead Museum. Also a show called Resisting Paradise at Publica in San Juan. And she received a BA in Art History from the University of Puerto Rico and an MA in Argentine and Latin American Art History at IDAES in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I also wanted to talk about how in 2010, alongside Gela Berger, she co-founded the Lain Project in Buenos Aires, which she directed until 2014. As a curator and researcher, she is focused on Esteban Valdez's work, artistic and literary manifestations bordering on political action, and the impact of tourism on Caribbean cultural production. Please help me in welcoming Marina Reyes Franco.
Hi, who is dealing with the projector? Okay. Fine, great. So I have hi, I'm Marina Reyes Franco. I'm a curator at MAG. I've been in the museum for the past 5-6 years, but also back in Puerto Rico for the past 10, which is where that shift from focusing on like working within like critical views and museums or new museology towards focusing more on the visitor economy and its impact in cultural production. And that's where I've met some of you during those trips. So for my participation here in HOMO SARGASSUM, I'm going to focus on this recent exhibition I co-curated with a dear friend and colleague, Maria Elena Ortiz. We are very fortunate to have known each other since the 5th grade. When I got to the museum in 2019, I immediately kind of proposed this exhibition, so it took a long time to develop. And I invited Maria Elena to be part of the project shortly thereafter. I think that not everybody is super familiar with the political history of Puerto Rico. Or our relationship to the U.S. And kind of like different colonial administrators over time. But one of the things that we're looking at in this exhibition is precisely how artists in the 90s got together, like self-identifying as Black artists, Black Puerto Rican artists, and contemporary artists. They organized an exhibition that was really kind of a counter-proposal to the kinds of presentations of Blackness as related to exclusively folklore and craft and slavery around the quincentennial of basically, like the colonization of the Americas. So there were several exhibitions in the early 90s in Puerto Rico that spoke to that, and then in 1996, 8 artists organized Paréntesis, 8 Black contemporary artists. And in that exhibition, actually that's the first time that Daniel Linteramos made work that was not a painting, or that included painting, or was a 2D work. So this is the first installation that he ever created, and it was part of that show in 1996. And it was also kind of a late addition to the show. Just for context, we've been an American colony since 1898, and before that we were like under Spanish rule. So we have kind of a sedimentation of kind of like a Spanish caste system, and then the like American perception of what of what race is and what is white or non-white. There was no other category in the census in the beginning. Puerto Rico loves to position itself as kind of the best of both worlds officially. So this long-standing pose of Puerto Rico as the best of both worlds represented an ideal marriage of Hispanophile Puerto Rican cultural uniqueness and American economic and political convenience, which are both principles associated with whiteness at the center of the Commonwealth ideal. So in Spanish, Puerto Rico is called, the official long name is Estado Libre Asociado de Puerto Rico, which makes absolutely no sense. It's like free associated state. But in English, it's translated into Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Using the 1990s as our port of departure, like curatorially, we have worked together on Puerto Rico Negra, an exhibition that defies the long-held Puerto Rican exceptionalist belief that the ambiguous ways in which we officially negotiate our coloniality exempt us from racism, having supposedly produced a racially harmonious democracy. And this is like, it's very much related to the nation building that happened around the 1950s and our constitution from 1952. In Puerto Rican culture and its national discourse, the issue of the archipelago's political status tends to take center stage. So statehood, independence, or status quo, like whatever we have now. When it comes to race, one often hears the phrase, there is no racism in Puerto Rico. Not only does this idea ignore and deny the daily experiences of Black Puerto Ricans, but it also serves a colonial purpose. It is often used to show how Puerto Rico is different from the United States. Even if the islands remain a colonial site, at least there is no racism here. So with a selection of works from the 1990s to the present, Puerto Rico Negra showcases art by Afro-Puerto Rican and Caribbean artists living in Puerto Rico, notably like of Dominican or Cuban descent, and also Puerto Rican artists in our diaspora. So mainly living in the United States. Puerto Rico Negra has a precedent in the exhibition History of the Islands. Paréntesis, Ocho Artistas Negros Contemporáneos was a 1996 exhibition organized by artist, writer, and curator Edwin Velázquez. This exhibition also had some backlash because there were people, notably actually like an Afro-Puerto Rican artist and critic, he said like because he himself had not supposedly experienced racism, it was impossible for other people to have felt that way. So with work ranging from drawings, sculpture, paintings and prints to installation, the 8 artists of Paréntesis are included again in Puerto Rico Negra. Their works show the extent to which their practices relate to contemporary art discourses, including abstraction, loose figuration, and notions of the self. Some of the artists created new works for Puerto Rico Negra, while others are participating with pre-existing works that had never been exhibited in a museum or with pieces that were already part of our collection. And this was crucial because there were several works from the 1990s and from the period, or actually this work is in our collection from '96. There's also other work from the same. This is by the exhibition's organizer, Edwin Velázquez, which is from 1990. So he was also creating work thinking about challenging these ideas around the kind of the celebration of Spanish colonization. So there's the fleur-de-lis, and there's also things that we can, some forms that we can interpret as ships as well, or like lanzas. Lanzas, yeah. Puerto Rico Negra is interested in exploring the nuances and strokes of art produced by self-identifying Black Puerto Rican artists. Taken together, the breadth of themes addressed by the works included in Puerto Rico Negra is remarkably diverse. Identity, community displacement, the transatlantic slave trade, marronage and other forms of resistance, spirituality, abstraction, food sovereignty, migration, forced or otherwise, post-plantation histories, ancestrality and genealogy, and explorations on reggaeton and other forms of music, among others. We wanted to take the spotlight away from like musical manifestations such as bomba, for example, just because it's reiterated again and again, and it's always like, oh, bomba, Loíza, like there's like, as if there were only certain spaces for Blackness in Puerto Rico and not just like all over the island, right? And in several musical genres. And we wanted to bring reggaeton into the equation as well, and its predecessor, underground, from the 90s, because it was this period where there was a lot of there was a criminalization of a musical genre. It was persecuted, it was confiscated, you couldn't have it in school. It was just like the recordings were illegal. So that is a long way away from the whitening of the genre, and now it's like super explosion all over the world, right? This is by Kivan Quiñones, by the way, who presents a motif that was very present throughout the exhibition. Oh my God. Okay, we have 3 minutes. Let's go. The exhibition opens with several artworks that provide kind of a roadmap. So in this first gallery, we have some works that are from the 90s, so they're contesting certain histories, but also providing, inserting these other 2 works, one by Glendalis Medina. Does this have a pointer? Yeah. One by Glendalis Medina, who's an artist based in New York, and another by Kivan Quiñones, who provides this recurrent motif in the exhibition. Right? His Seashell Telephone series of sculptures provides an evocative recurring motif of conch shells specifically, and they become symbols of the desire to relate across time, space, and the ocean, to literally like, call up an ancestor, or even more daringly, to imagine the possibility of a Black Atlantis. There are some other pieces that highlight solidarity across communities, that reinforce the like how Blackness constitutes that connecting through line for their lived experiences. As I mentioned, yes. There are other works in the exhibition. Present several reflections on the self from how the artists choose to portray themselves to, like, for example, here in this piece by Les Amables, or their own coming to terms with family, heritage, racial impositions, and spiritual transformations. Mora, you mentioned the recurrence of the ship and the brutality of the transatlantic slave trade is very evident in Ángel Borroto's work. I also noticed the color. when I was here, I was thinking about the gold as well, and I think that this may look like flat here, but actually it's not it's not three different canvases. It's actually like several fabrics coming together. So there is a violence in how the image comes together that is also related to the violence of the history itself. This is work by William Villalongo, and spirituality and Afro-diasporic belief systems were also part of the exhibition. The themes of displacement and migration also loom large over the exhibition, as well as food sovereignty, and then the mood is markedly different in Osorio's. As a culmination, we paired a sculpture by Jafet, like the youngest artist in the exhibition, by Jafet Cruz Cordero, with a video by Pepón Osorio as final statements for the exhibition. The mood is markedly different in Osorio's video, displays as a double projection on an inverted blackboard installed on the ceiling of the last gallery. The short video portrays a teenager, Jacob Rodriguez, the victim of school closure in a Black and Latinx North Philadelphia neighborhood. The loop video shows Rodriguez writing, "Do I have to die for things to change?" On the blackboard, later erasing it with his bare hands, and then like it just loops back. The answer to this question is and should always be no, yet we are aware that there are so many who have died for things to change, who have been killed for things to change. While this ending may seem somber, we agreed that it should be a sobering one. While we celebrate the project, we're also aware of its limits and the myriad of deep societal changes that we still need to combat to avoid all the issues that the artists bring up with their work and their shared life experience. But part of what we wanted to do with the exhibition was also kind of re-examine our own practices and our own collection. So we are very fortunate to be able to raise enough money to buy, not only commission works, but also acquire 20 pieces from the show, so that it would mean that the exhibition is not just like a temporary contribution, but something that we'll be able to enjoy and reflect upon for years to come. Thank you.
I would like to invite Billy and Marina up, and we're going to have about 20 minutes for questions. So you can. Any questions for the speakers? It's still going on.
That's it.
I think it's yours.
Tun, 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 tun.
I tried this one, so I'll use yours.
Okay.
This one, maybe this one, yeah.
So questions? I did have a question for you, actually. Just if I can go first. I had a question about it is, since you're speaking from a queer perspective, and it was a national pavilion. And so what were the conversations like for that to come about?
I used your mic. So when I was first invited to represent the island, as I mentioned, I was estranged from my dad for over 20 years, and I had just returned from Grenada for 2 years before that. And I found that suitcase with all the letters and maps and things like that. And I presented the idea to the commissioner of the Grenada Pavilion, and at first she was a little bit hesitant, but I did not show her the proposal that I was going to present at the pavilion or the film. So the film she trusted me because they've seen my work before, and I presented something that was slightly different. And she saw the film for the first time at the pavilion. And that was a way of getting around it. But the Italian curators were fully aware of what was happening. But the Grenada High Commission and the Minister of Culture did not see the original work that I presented. But that said, when the film premiered there, they were upset, of course, that I didn't show them the work before. And the critique of Art News, Sarah Douglas, wrote that this was one of the most important films at the pavilion, and everyone should go and see the film and sit for the whole 40 minutes. And there were lines of people the next day at the Grenada Pavilion. So they realized, in terms of culturally, how important that was for them. That Grenada is a small island a lot of people don't know about, except through maybe Morris Bishop and the Grenada Revolution. But this was, in terms of as a cultural event, and the ministries and the cultural departments were excited that so many people were coming to the Grenada Pavilion and learning about Grenada through this work.
I saw a question back here.
Hi. My question was about the exhibition at the MAC. Is that still, or the exhibit at the MAC, is that still ongoing? Or are there any plans, is it still there? And or if it's not there, are there any plans of
Traveling in?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. No, the exhibition ran from October 2023 till September of last year. It was the longest we've ever had a show up. It was 10 months, I believe, roughly. And yeah, sadly it closed. There were many discussions about wanting to travel it, but I mean, as you said, it took up the 4 exhibition halls of the museum. It was massive. There was some construction that happened that lasted for a month. In the gallery for just one work, it was it's an exhibition that, as a whole, it's very difficult to travel. However, there are works that are now, I mean, there are many, many works that are part of the collection now. So the plan is to kind of conceptualize kind of a smaller version, more adaptable version of the exhibition. We are part of a project, I don't know, that's run by Art Bridges Foundation. So, and Art Bridges Foundation enables other museums to lend their collection, but also host traveling exhibitions. And it's, and basically it's like Walmart paying for it. So that is a possibility. That's something that we hope for. Something that I did not mention is that we also had three offsite commissions, one of which was presented in the exhibition, but the other two were actually like opened towards the end of the show. Those are not included in the catalog, but there were also three performance. There was a parallel performance program that is also documented in the catalog. So that's why the book took so long to come out. But it's coming out this month, actually. It was incredibly late, so it doesn't just include the photographs of the works. It includes, documentation of how it was installed. It's basically like a slideshow. It has all the texts that were in the exhibition as well, like wall text and everything. So it's really like revisiting the exhibition with, some additional essays.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Two here.
Yes, so we know how it goes with catalog deadlines. There will be one for the show, by the way, very soon. It looks like an amazing exhibition, Marina. I really regret not having been able to go to Puerto Rico, but I love the idea that it's going to be in the permanent collection, so I hope I can see some of the works. I have a question for Billy. I would love you to talk about your work that is upstairs. A little bit more about the process, how it came together. It is for me a very different work from your other body of work, and yet very you. And so yes, just the process, the thinking, the materiality, and how it came together, please.
So when Vanessa invited me to take part in the exhibition, I was in Grenada at the time researching for my 2022 Venice Biennale work, and I went to Carriacou, this small island, and Grenada at that particular time had a real crisis around Sargassum, specifically in this small island. It's predominantly boat builders and fishermen, and the entire island was just surrounded by Sargassum, and I thought that was a great moment. So it started with a film actually that I made. I went in the morning and shot the film by myself on an iPhone, and while I was making the film, there was a lot of fishermen there that was worried about the fact that they were not able to get the boats out because there were miles of Sargassum in this area that was sort of a lagoon. So the idea for the works came from the film, and in terms of the painting, all my work usually I work in themes when I work on a project, and sometimes the work is film, sometimes it's painting, sometimes it's photographic work. I use a lot of silk screen in my work. My painting studio is in the Elizabeth Foundation for the Arts, and the Robert Blackburn studio is also there. So I worked with a silk screen artist as well in the Robert Blackburn studio, and I wanted to use maps of the Caribbean in the work to look at the journey of Sargassum. It was, I was researching texts, the journals of Christopher Columbus and his sighting of Sargassum in the Sargasso Sea, and his men was afraid that this was some kind of monster that would drag them into the abyss of the ocean. And I was also very interested in Jean Rice's work, Wide Sargasso Sea, in terms of looking at entangled relationships. So all of that is sort of incorporated into the work, and of course, I work with a company in Miami that Vanessa and Yona introduced me to, Source, and they sent me pigments, not pigments, but mediums that was made from Sargassum. So the entire body of work actually is made from natural medium that was made by a lab in Miami, and I use natural pigments as well. in this body of work. It's very similar to the body of work I'm doing right now called Indigo Entanglements, that is looking at the transatlantic slave trade. So since I was involved with that wall of indigo, and I used the natural pigments, and I also wanted to make a statement of the way in which one could upcycle Sargassum, the material of Sargassum, into something that was positive. The fact that, you know, on this island, it was had such a negative impact on the island, and it's just a small place. Presently, there's still an issue on this island with Sargassum, and right next to the island there's a private resort called Petit St. Vincent, and every day the men go to the beach and clean it up, and sometimes some of the Sargassum from this island also drift to this other island. So there's also an issue there when you look at tourism in the Caribbean, as also a troubling factor that might be contributing to some of that as well.
Yeah, it's always a troubling factor.
Oh, and I just wanted to say the ceramic urns that was used in the exhibition comes from Michael's collection. Perhaps Michael could tell us a little bit more about this urns actually.
Well, that was, as I mentioned yesterday, that there was we encountered a number of logistical issues during the course of the show that produced creative solutions, and so there were other urns that were, I think, were they in production, or they
I
were?
was supposed to go to an island, another island, to make some ceramic urns, but I wanted to imitate the Awa Carib-looking urns that were from that region. Also, I explored Martinique as well as the possibility, but time was running out, and you suggested.
So we couldn't get those urns, but these vessels were from a family in Guatemala, in Antigua, that had been making ceramics, Angelica ceramics, since the probably mid-19th century. They were part of a colonial tradition, and that family had made them up until about the late 90s, early 2000s, and then the children they had become doctors and lawyers, and they didn't want to be potters, and so that family pottery died. And so it seemed like maybe this was something that was about this legacies and another layer of coloniality that could be put as a solution to this other problem. So they don't embody exactly the spirit of an indigenous ceramic form, but they embody this kind of product of the encounter between indigenous peoples, African diaspora, coloniality in a broader conceptual way. And so that's became a solution that then Billy was agreeable to, and I'm glad that worked out.
And the body of work is called Poetics of Entanglements, and those work creates its own relational entanglements in terms of how it's used in the work.
There was a question over here.
Yes, so thank you for these presentations. I have a question for Billy Gerard Frank, and thank you, first of all, for your homage to John T. Robinson. That really gives new, very moving meaning to the film that we couldn't detect, I think. But I have a specific question about the scene of the diver diving into Jason DeCaires-Taylor's vicissitude of the coast of Grenada. So there's been some controversy about this site, because Jason DeCaires-Taylor didn't install it originally as a monument to the Middle Passage, even though it became one. The sea kind of gave it that meaning. And I was wondering about your own gesture. What kind of new meaning do you want to give this monument with this particular image of the diver?
Yes, and by the way, Jason is, I think he's American, correct?
He's Scottish.
Scottish?
Guyanese?
Guyanese, yeah. Anyway, so he has done a number of these types of sculptures in different sites in the Caribbean, but specifically Grenada was one of the places that he created all the sculptures. Even though there's a lot of controversy around it, when I went to visit the site, I realized that, of course, over time, the erosion, what took place, and there, it created its own entangled relationship with the ocean, and a different meaning was added by juxtaposing the body of John T. into the ocean, into the statues. And specifically with this film and this body of work, I wanted to reposition queer bodies within colonial ruins. As I mentioned, there's over 64 nations that still has buggery laws, including Grenada. And throughout the film, there's a lot of cultural tropes and rituals that I used and reappropriated, if you will, recontested, reconstructed, and reimagined. But mainly, my idea behind it was the repositioning of queer bodies within the space, in terms of looking at queer decoloniality, because when we talk about colonialism and decolonialism within the Caribbean, this doesn't really quite apply to queer people, because there's still laws, British laws, that, still, if you will, imprison queer bodies. So I wanted to reposition even the sculpture and to tell another story and to reimagine another narrative within this space.
Thank you.
We may have time for one more question. Any more?
Just one more. Who else do that?
Or maybe you have one.
I do have one. And it's about, I think I'll project. And I never do well with those handheld ones, because I ended up with the microphone here. I was wondering about, I know your father was a boat builder.
Mm-hmm.
Has that impacted, how has that impacted your work over the years?
My first encounter with exile and migration was through my dad, and he himself was exiled at a very early age from his own father, who left home at an early age and went to live on another island. And my own dad was constantly, he was a captain and a boat builder, so he was constantly sailing, and that created an emotional separation between us, if you will. And in my own work, I use a lot of threads and sometimes canvases that are natural pigments. There's a lot of cotton and tearing and stitching that take place in the work. And of course, I work a lot with the ocean and water. So all of that is actually paying homage to the work, specifically in Second Eulogy, Mind the Gap, the large painting that's in the that was presented. The center image is actually an image of my dad, and there were letters that was exchanged between us. That was also in the work. There was also a silkscreen image of a boat that was a very famous boat that won many regattas throughout the Caribbean, that he left me on his will when he died. And so there's a lot of homage that was paid to my dad in the work.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to having more conversations with you about that, and with Marina about the artist that you just showed me, and about your show. But I want to thank everyone for joining us here today, and thank you so much for being here, and enjoy the rest of the symposium as well. So.
am a PhD candidate here at Florida State in the Department of Art History. I am originally from Carolina, Puerto Rico, and I am a co-founder of this project along with Sara Isabel Rodriguez Rivera, who is also a PhD candidate, or a PhD student about to be candidate in the Art History Department. And before I begin giving my short spiel, I would like to thank TOUT-MONDE Foundation, as well as MoFA, as well as the Winthrop King Institute, and all of y'all for patiently waiting and sitting and hearing this project. Okay. Home is a place, an area we call to. It is a place that shelters and holds the hearth that feeds us. Yet for those placed into the margins, home is often dissected, cut into categories, and fixed into place. Those attached to the Caribbean know of this feeling, the meaning of home amongst the sea and the mountains, being stripped, cut, broken, and taken. But what of our ancestors? What of those that came through the sea to these lands? What did it mean to build on a land that was unfamiliar, to labor for others? What of their descendants? What then is their home? These are the questions that Ancestral Landscape Labs asks when working with Afro-Caribbean communities in Puerto Rico. Ancestral Landscape Labs, or acronym ALL, addresses a profound sense of disconnection and displacement experienced by Black Puerto Ricans through preserving and disseminating Caribbean narratives and associations with their environment. This digital project merges the past and the present, creating a comprehensive digital archive that charts circular journeys and emphasizes stories and sites significant to the Afro-Puerto Rican experience. By employing advanced documentation tools, engaging with community members and artists, all seeks to make visible and preserve the spatial memories and lived experiences of Afro-Caribbean communities, specifically celebrating Blackness and its enduring legacy in this space. Accessibility is a foundational value for our project in all. The digital archive and interactive map will be freely available online, ensuring a broad public access, as well as community meetings, workshops, and just overall conversations with community members, as well as social media platforms will foster open communication and inform the public and the community members participating of our project's process. Ancestral Landscape Labs prioritizes community agency, informed consent, cultural sensitivity, enabling Afro-Puerto Rican communities to reclaim and preserve their histories through collaboration. Guided by transparency, ethical principles, community engagement, the project will meaningfully preserve and share Afro-Caribbean heritage while ensuring that underrepresented narratives, specifically that of Black women, are centered and cared for with respect. This project is not for the academia. This is an effort to hold on to the recollection of home, to remember the hands that built the very foundations of the Caribbean, to honor those that made home outside of these fixed margins. Here's our team, and thank you. Y'all can go eat now. You can ask me questions. I'll be here at all time.
5 minutes, 12 seconds.
Does anyone have any questions? I just kind of gave an overview, introduction of the project. Yes?
Hi. Maybe it's not, I'm thinking that maybe it's not like a specific question about what you presented, but rather like, would you go deeper into the methodology, perhaps with some examples of like results that you've gotten and places where you are researching?
Just for the sake of time, I left it really really contained, just for the time limit. However, we're beginning this project with El Bajo de Patillas, which is in the south side of Puerto Rico, and it is an originally maroon community that was actually founded by my ancestors. So we're starting with my family, with the women in my family and their recollection of the homes that their ancestors and they themselves built on El Bajo. And what we're doing is basically just having conversations, recording oral histories, addressing things in the archives. Sara, who's here, actually found my name, my direct ancestor, who literally, her name was Estefania too, and we didn't know that. So through the engagement with the archives, we're merging oral histories, we're merging the documentations of these homes, as well as we're engaging with artists that are considering Afro-Puerto Rican homes and places of community. We've also interviewed Edra Soto, so I went up to her studio in Chicago. She works a lot with place and architecture. And I interviewed her and asked her about her experience to home. It's more tied to the diaspora in her regard, but it's still very tied to Blackness. So we haven't been able to do like the interactive map yet, but we've been creating this network of processes. And the main method is ethics of care. This is a very personal project. I'm the co-founder, but it's just not just my family, but it's also because we really much respect and care for the Black women specifically in Puerto Rico and the Black femme people in Puerto Rico, because they've been negated and ignored for way too long. So we really principle ethics of care and compassion and respect. And if there's ever a community member that doesn't agree with something being shared or uploaded, we won't do that. It's all about giving them agency and recognizing their authority.
Could you speak on maybe some of the logistical challenges that you faced in putting this project together and like how you've overcome them?
Funding. The issue is mostly funding. Since me and Sara are the co-creators and founders, and we're still PhD students, some things with funding kind of gets a little complicated. However, we do have a team, and it's always expanding and growing and adapting to people's availability. We're just waiting to be able to have funding to put something physically accessible to people, because we don't want to do work that we don't want people to do free labor. If ethics of care for the community members is important to us, ethics of care is important for the team members as well. So the main issue that we've been having is funding and accessing funding for at least a trip to record the conversations with my tia Tukiri, who is the one who still lives in El Bajo de Patillas. And so it's mostly just getting the funds to be able to bring a small crew to Puerto Rico, at least this El Bajo de Patillas is literally like almost a shanty town it was at a point in time. So it's a very hidden area of PR, and to bring a crew there would be kind of difficult because higher volume? Okay, cool. But yeah, it would just be we're just looking for funding. We have a team, we have methods already in place for organization. It's literally just looking for someone to help sponsor us. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I hope you had a nice break and full of energy now to continue our conversations. I'm very delighted to bring you now to our next sessions. Before I introduce Chris Serial, I just wanted to say a few words about the formats that we have been imagining for the symposium. You've seen maybe some different names for the different sessions, and what we've really tried to do is also, let's say, decolonize a symposium. It's a little ambitious, it's not easy, we always end up being stuck in the same formats. What we have tried, of course, is with the beachside chat, is to kind of think about more how we consider a fireside chat and what this means within the Caribbean as the beach being a political space. We will talk about it at a later stage in a different panel. But there were also ideas of having something such more of a storytelling. Chris Serial will tell his story about him meeting with the artists and what it means in his work. And ideally also I had imagined for the time, rather like giving, you know, the different 3 minutes, 1 minute, etc. timer, I had imagined having somebody like a really acting storyteller, a little bit like we find in the Caribbean, as characters intertwining maybe with some yekrik, yekrak in the French Caribbean, but then I think Yuna would have killed me. So if there's any volunteers to do that, I would love that. Okay, so Chris Serial Isaac is a poet, art critic, curator, philosophy researcher, and he teaches theory at the École Supérieure d'Art de Clermont Métropole and writes for various journals and magazines, including Le Quotidien de l'Art. He's the co-author of the book Mais le monde est une mangrovité, première à un propagule, and has written articles for several catalogs. Curator of the transdisciplinary project Mangrovité and president of the curatorial platform Mangrovity Art Fund, his research focuses on Caribbean philosophies, Black internationalist movements, and anti-colonial literature. He recently curated a reactivation of the Second Congress of Black Writers and Artists at Villa Romana in Florence. Chris Serial is a member of the Scientific Committee of the Ever-Glissant Art Fund and UNESCO's Roots of Enslaved People. He has worked at the Centre Pompidou as a research officer and was the winner of the ICA Prize in 2020 and the ADIAF Emergence Grant in 2022. He is also a former resident of the Villa Médicis, where he worked on a project with choreographer and dancer Smaïl Kadouté in partnership with Les Ateliers Médicis. And now he was recently appointed also as a PhD candidate at NYU at the French department. So welcome to New York and the US, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, for this wonderful presentation. So hi everyone. My name is Chris. So actually I'm not a storyteller, but I'm a poet, so I assume that is quite similar. And actually I invented with other artists the name, the title Exhibition Teller. So I'm not just a storyteller, I'm more an exhibition teller, so a way of creating based on orality. So I will reclaim my right of opacity, so I will switch sometime in French, sorry. But if you know Glissant, I think the question of to be multilingual and also sometimes to switch in different languages is also important. So even for me, sometimes we'll switch in French, but I think that there are some people who will translate, I hope. Yeah, okay. Thank you. At first, I wrote an article on the work of Minia Biabiani and Deborah Jack, and I wanted first to talk about like my own relation with Minia Biabiani as a Guadeloupean person. So I'm from Guadeloupe. So at the beginning, I think my first meeting with Minia was when I was in Centre Pompidou, actually. I was working on an exhibition about Basquiat called Basquiat and Africa, but the exhibition was cancelled because of the COVID. So I also work with Alice Eknock, who She's actually the chief curator of Centre Pompidou, and there is this new exhibition called Black Paris. So I've also worked with her before. And so when I was in Centre Pompidou, actually nobody knew about like Francophone Caribbean artists, especially Guadeloupean, Martiniquez artists. And so my first meeting is like I organize an event in Centre Pompidou where I show some short films of Minia. And at first, for me, it was very important for me to begin working as an art critic and curator with Minia Biabiani. I also present her work in the ICA prize, that is like a well-known prize for art critics. And actually, I was the first non-white person to win the prize, and the first non-white person to talk about a non-white artist. And so I talk about the work of Minia. So for me, I have a kind of particular relation with Minia and her work, even for me in my career. And so when I talk about Minia, so these photos, they are like the book of the monography of Minia's work called Ritmo Volcan. And for me, what was important with the work of Minia is many things. First, her choice to live she still lives in Guadeloupe, in Saint-Claude, actually, in Basse-Terre, and she didn't want to live elsewhere, in France or elsewhere. She really wanted to stay in Guadeloupe, and all her work is based on the Guadeloupe landscape. And for me, as a diasporic person, this kind of relation with Minia was also a way of re-questioning me. And my own, because I was a Glicentien back in the days, and I was always in the kind of way, yes, but we have to move because creolization, yeah, but you have to stay also in Guadeloupe, and to be focused on what's happening in Guadeloupe and also with the artist. And so I want just to talk briefly about like a text about the aesthetic of shadow of Minia Biabiani that I see as an art critic or exhibition teller in her work. So I will read my text and then I will talk about like an exhibition that I made minimally to Mangrove, but the word is a Mangrove. We'll talk about mangrove forest actually because we were talking about this and the relation between mangrove forest, orality, and also ecology. So yeah, we'll read my text. Maybe I will not speak I don't know, in French, but I will try to. So the aesthetic of shadow that I discern in Minia Biabiani's work. First, what interests me about like the cover of her book is like we always see in Minia's work shadows of trees or like a game of shadows, a game of the difference between or the articulation between light and darkness, between blackness and also sunlight. And for me, it was also like kind of cultural tradition based on actually like the culture of the Caribbean. And I was talking with you, and we were talking about like there is an expression in Creole like en bas feuille, and like above, like the leaf. And there is also this kind of in the plantation system where we are always in the situation of transparency. We always had the kind of on a toujours eu, I want to switch in French. On a toujours résisté à la transparence via l'opacité, mais surtout via les ombres. Et donc les ombres, sur le plan esthétique, ont toujours été des moyens afin de résister à la capture et la captation par le pouvoir colonial.
Okay. Yeah, that was a bit quick, but
Can you repeat it?
Yeah. On va dire au sein du système de la plantation, les personnes esclavisées ont toujours utilisé le détour, comme dit Glissant, ou les ombres comme moyen de résistance.
That's different. Right. Okay.
No, but it is the same in a way. But I'm sure most people got the drift. But it was under the plantation system. People have always resisted through detour. And what's the other one?
Et les ombres.
And the shadows. Yeah, the shadows. Yeah, and the first sentence was about resisting transparency through shadows, through opacity, and all of that. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Et je vois ça dans le travail de Minya. So, the aesthetic of shadow that I discern in Minya Biabani's work is a constant attention to things that never cease to cut through the light. The shadow is not a mere projection, it is more primordial. Some shadows even precede the sun. So I quote Minya Biabani, all the shadows from around here are connected to the course of the sun, but it is shadow of the sea that dances the quickest. This aesthetic evades all mimetic representation. In accordance with one of the major critics of the Caribbean discourse of Edouard Glissant, that of assimilation. 3 minutes. Wow. Edouard Glissant's book is an exhaustive reflection on the question of representation as mimesis and of the violence within it. So I will quote Glissant, all mimesis presupposes that what is represented is the only true reality. When it involves two realities of which one is destined to reproduce the other, inevitably those who are part of the process see themselves living in a permanent state of the unreal. That is the case with us, as Martin Keith's people. The copy, the duplicate, or the simulacrum will always suffer from not being or from lacking being unless they break the relationship in which they are integral. Furthermore, this mimetic representation itself rests on a fiction that forces all true differences to homogenize each other by the act of producing likeness and dissimilarities. The assimilationist relationship is always forced. It always produces what I call morbid cuts that homogenize instead of diversifying. These then are cuts that stop midway in the cutting and create division between being and not being, between the existing and the non-existing, between the real and the unreal. And these divisions are cuts that smell of blood. This way of seeing, thinking, and speaking has been also applied to the Caribbean landscape through the practice of monoculture, which has standardized everything for the sole interest of a European economy. Minya Biabani seeks to liberate the double of this relationship. She seeks to emancipate it along with the Caribbean side. The shadow is not the opposite of light, but rather its infinite genesis. Everything comes from the abyss, from blackness. It is productive, maternal, a thread that breeds all matter, and which must be freed from the grip of the plantation world. Minya Biabani's work thus involves approaching the power of the shadow, its ability to create shapes, figures, and to draw the land. She pushes us to perceive space differently, as it is no longer in the abrupt brightness that materials reveal themselves to us, but in the night of the exposure, what I call a deep exposure. I think of a shot in the video Toli Toli that she made in 2018, where the artist filmed what we first perceive as the shadows of trees projected onto muddy water, until we realize that the shadows live independently, finally detached from their referent objects. We then see the shadows freeing themselves from all likeness, far from the simple cry, Minya Biabani's poetics are a celebration of shadow on Caribbean soul. And I think that this theater of shadows is in and of itself a critique of what the researcher Malcolm Ferdinand, because we were talking about him, calls colonial inhabiting. So his last book, C'est la Terre. To think the shadow is to think against domination of visual perception. It is to reflect on what continually moves and diffracts. The shadow, once liberated, resists the model, the reference, any centralizing point, any capture. Isn't this what we see in some work of the other Caribbean artist Deborah Jack that I had the chance to discover thanks to the exhibition HOMO SARGASSUM, who unceasingly films shores, tidal zones, beaches, and border spaces where the point of encounter always vanishes before our eyes, leaving only a shadow drawn on the sand and the smell of salt. In Deborah's work, isn't the shadow that with that which withdraws from any reference, which disrupt the folklorizing image of the Caribbean by playing with the alternation between the visible and the invisible, the known and the unknown, as in the photographic series Interdigital Imaginaries. In the Caribbean space, the shadow of crime and terror still haunts the beauty of the landscape. Behind any glowing light, the shadow of death is never far away. Consider only the sargassum, its golden color and the sunlight and the threads it represents everywhere it colonizes. The awareness of the shadow is also an awareness of the at least dual, if not even more complex, essence of a phenomenon, and of its indeterminate and inextricable causes and consequences. Who can predict or foresee the future of the sargassum phenomenon? Again, here, it will probably be a matter of inventing a new relationship with the unpredictable being. This aesthetic of shadow and its Caribbean celebration, which we can glimpse in the works of Minya Bebeni and Deborah Jack, is in itself a critique of what Edouard Glissant called monocolonialism, the ultimate form of territorial assimilation by another until that territory becomes a dependency. This monocolonialism, which is one of the dimensions of colonial inhabiting, continues to threaten Caribbean lands and Afro-Caribbean bodies. We need only think of the increasing hurricane strikes and the ecological crime mentioned in the catalogue, which are not chaotic nor catastrophic, but rather dramatic, as they are the political and not at all the natural consequences of a colonial history that has lasted since the 15th century. Thus, to resist as an artist in the face of this chaos that maintains the colonial order is also to break away from an imaginary that has turned Caribbean land into a full-blown plantation, a place of extraction and exportation for power, a place where the world's violence is pouring, to break away so as to turn away the shadow and its theater, where the unreal speaks and where the land cries out. Yeah, so it's the end of my text. And I don't know if I will have the time, but I wanted to talk briefly about like a book that I wrote. I brought the book with me, so thank you. So yeah, so the book, I just have one, so if you want to order the book, you can call the editor. But yeah, so the book, but the world is human gravity, and so I exhibited Minya Bebani's work, so I think it was Toli in 2021 in Paris. And actually it was special because we wanted to create a kind of curation based on a tale called the Crabe et la Paraïwa that we invented. And we wanted also to reinvent our role. So me, it was this time that I invented myself as an exhibition teller, and also the artists invented themselves. And so we invented this tale. And what is interesting about the tale is like it was based on mangrove forests, and also the fact of thinking mangrove forest as a new way of thinking. Mangrove forest as like the place in the location of Caribbean epistemologies. And so we didn't want also to think mangrove forests only as an environment. Environment, yeah. But we wanted also, because I hear like before, like we were talking about entanglement, so I think we were talking, for me I was thinking about Karen Barad, about all these thinkers, about the relation between queerness, creolization. But I think mangrove forest is also a way for us, and even a chance to create bridges between everything and the living, and also I wanted also with mangrove forest to focus especially on the situation in the Francophone Caribbean countries, and yeah, because I think of the time, maybe c'est bon?
2 minutes.
Okay, and so what inspired me with the mangrove forest, because also in Caribbean literature, when we talk about Maurice Condé, when we talk about Glissant, when we talk about Antonio Benitez Rojo and others thinkers, there is one, I don't know how we call that, un plantule. En français, we call it plantule. C'est en fait une graine. a seed of the palétuvier trees that is called the propagule. And actually, le moyen de reproduction du palétuvier, c'est qu'il y a une plante qui tombe, qui erre dans l'eau et qui, ailleurs, reproduit d'autres mangroves.
There's a seed that falls from the... You talk about mangrove?
Yeah, palétuvier tree, yeah.
Okay, and what happens?
Donc elle tombe dans...
propagates in the water, it's going to reproduce somewhat.
La mangrove.
Oh, other mangroves.
Exactement. Et c'est, en général, sur le plan géologique, c'est comme ça qu'on explique que les mangroves qui, à la base, venaient du sud-est, d'Asie du Sud-Est, se sont ensuite propagées vers l'ouest et vers les Amériques, grâce aux propagules.
All right, so thanks to these, what are the propagules?
C'est les seeds.
Right, okay. So they start in the southeast?
Asie, ouais, Asie du Sud-Est.
Right, and it's spread that they spread to the west.
Exactly. And so for me, it was also like, I thought about like diasporic migration. And for me, there is a strong connection between the plants, this propagule, and the history of the diasporic. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. That's interesting, because we had sort of a conversation earlier about the mangrove and how it didn't really feature in the exhibition so far. But what you brought is really interesting in that regard, and I think it adds to the conversation.
Oh, and also like for me, it was important because I never read anything about propagule in the work of the authors that I knew, that I still know. Glissant never talk about propagule. So for me, it was also a way to dive in the mangrove and actually all the characteristics of mangrove and physically, materially. And so like to see that there is this poetic or this propagule, it was for me like a kind of une ouverture, an opening for us to think others' epistemologies through Caribbean landscape.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chris. I also recommend Chris's essay, which he's read part of, and which is part of the catalogue as well, which should be produced pretty soon after the conference. Thank you for that, Chris.
And also, like, so for the book, like, there are many scholars and writers who wrote. Nayala Kisukidi, she's a philosopher. Actually, she's a teacher in NYU. Et Olivier Marbeuf, des TOUT-MONDE, and others.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for telling your stories about the mangroves and your encounter with Minya and opening up to Deborah's work. Both videos are in the exhibition, if you haven't seen them yet. They're in dialogue with a third video by Guy Gabon. What is interesting to know also about Minya Biabiani's piece upstairs is that she doesn't consider it as a final work. We had to really discuss with her. We really wanted it in the show because it's such a poetic visual and also writing, and so it felt really important to us to have these elements in conversation with the other works, and she finally accepted to actually show a work in progress in a museum. So that is just interesting for background, also like maybe seeing the behind the scenes, being in the shadows. Thank you for Morgan for translating. I would like to introduce our next speaker and panel. So speaking about still the beach politics, I would like to introduce you to Christina Peake. She's a background British transdisciplinary artist, a collaborative doctoral researcher with the University of Westminster and the National Archives in the UK, whose practice focuses on where the narratives of multi-species engagement, marine contextualized, African descendant, and re-indigenized communities inform and live restorative ecologies through decolonial and eco-social liberatory practices. That's quite Christina was recently artist in residence for the Transforming Collections project led by UAL Decolonizing Arts Institute, partnered with UAL Creative Computing Institute in close partnership with TAIT from January 2023 to December 2024. She's currently working on a number of projects with cultural, educational, environmental institutions and organizations across in the UK. And she will be moderating our next panel beachside chat. The ecosystem of the sargassum algae, how beach politics and colonial ecologies shape artistic and curatorial practices. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we've got the clicker here. Right, can everyone hear me all right? I'm at the right level, right, okay. So, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much. Huh? Here? Yes. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. So first of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the... It's okay? Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity for being able to speak today, and for the lovely warm welcome of all the artists in the project. So today I am going to be focusing on a live case study, which was the artist in residence with the Tate and UAL for the last over 2 years, which was a kind of live case study that fed into my PhD research. So, and that was quite the mouthful actually, so I do appreciate that. I forget sometimes being able to academic space. Right, so one of the things I want to talk about here is that from looking at my work, I'm looking at kind of how mapping kind of ecological colonial histories within the National Archives, and the National Archives in the UK, like minimum like over 1,000 years of history, as it's been a central repository for the Crown, but also, as you can appreciate with the British Empire, what that also means in terms of how they've taken archives across so many different countries and across obviously the Caribbean as well. And obviously there's a lot of conversations in terms of repatriation and different things. But my work is looking at how we map in these kind of ecological colonial histories, and then for my practice, how we can then address, say, through restorative and regenerative practices, specific ecological interventions, cultural interventions within the marine environment, specifically coral reefs. So this work is that I was looking at, say, for example, collections. So I was specifically working with Wellcome Collection, International Slavery Museum in Liverpool, Well Museum in Liverpool, INIVA, Institute of International Visual Artists, based in London, as well as the Tate Collection. And what we're looking at is, I was looking at these collections and reading them or imagining them as cultural ecosystems, and therefore the artifacts within these collections as being living knowledge systems. Okay, so if we looked in the kind of marine context, you would have, like, say, 7 signs of kind of ecosystem health by looking at biodiversity indicators. So when looking at like these cultural ecosystems of collections, the idea was what would be the indicators in terms of their being healthy or degraded ecosystems. So through this project, I'm working with the Creative Computing Institute using and developing bespoke machine learning applications. I designed like a 7 kind of sign kind of cultural ecosystem framework that looked at kind of surfacing kind of ecological and racial bias, which is reflected like some of the research questions where we were looking at what the barriers to engaging with these collections to different audiences. And so looking at and designing that system, we're also engaging with like different teams, engaging the collections themselves, specifically looking at the Caribbean region, interviewing like curatorial teams, communities, lots of different aspects that led into the work. But collectively, what we ended up finding was that in servicing these kind of ecological and racial biases using machine learning, what we're really doing is kind of exploring, say, Sylvia Winter's ideas in terms of looking at the beyond human, and also the critical nature of the way in which we map our worlds, the origin stories, our cosmologies, and the worlds in which how we structure them. So this led to really kind of then looking at multi-species and interspecies entanglements and contexts within the work. And for me, doing this kind of research in the collections, working with, the first time being able to work with specific like machine learning teams, but to me, it always had to then come back, it always had to then be resituated, re-immersed within the marine environment. So using like kind of acts and processes of critical fabulation and speculative work as well. This led to the water, the marine environment being like a kind of place of ancestral practice and ritual for me. So for example, from filming also in Barbados, but also off the coast of Cornwall, filming in reflecting and kind of immersing myself in these stories with, say, blue sharks off the coast of Cornwall where we were filming. So they almost have, it's almost like a reverse transatlantic enslavement route, because blue sharks come up through Central and South America, across the Caribbean, and then they go over the Atlantic, coming to the UK in the summer, because you have this convergence of nutrient-rich waters at this time. So to me, then immersed in this was then exploring ideas of sharks heavily kind of documenting within a lot of the collection of work, and things like, you know, the kind of scary kind of stories and predatory nature of those narratives, where obviously, you know, slaves being thrown overboard, and, you know, being this idea of committing suicide through, you know, through the sharks being there, but at the same time, like narratives of sailors automatically, you know, as soon as they see them because of some kind of, you know, kind of perceived slight that may happen in the future or may have happened with others, you know, they'd cut off their fins, like mutilate them and different things. So, but these also were creatures that are of, you know, ancestral kind of practice, and like deities or conduits and vessels as well. So for me, this is, when you're in that space and with those creatures, and they're incredible creatures, I think many times when we're talking about intergenerational trauma, when we're talking about loss and we're talking about damage, and so like so much of like we've been learning here from the symposia, we're also talking about the intergenerational trauma of multi-species. So those sharks also have that trauma and those narratives, as well as many other species as well. And so for me, like, the water became like this marine imaginary overlaying Bayesian marine environment and coral reefs with that of Cornish kind of marine environments as well. It's the closest you kind of get in terms of water visibility and different things as well. And so the different species that I was like filming become almost like spectres for those that have then obviously been extinct, especially when we look at things like, you know, in early colonisation within the Caribbean, things like the Caribbean seal was extinct very, very quickly because the blubber was used in the plantations and the mills. So in reflection, what this then leads to, as I said, in terms of, for me, very much a kind of ancestral practice, especially within the kind of matrilineal line within my family. And there's a specific evolution and development from each individual practitioner. And so no specific practitioner is like necessarily attributed within my work, but they will kind of occupy and move between space. So this led or culminated in kind of 4-5 specific kind of stories that ended up surfacing through the kind of critical acts of fabulation, you know, within the marine environment, through the research within the collections. So like each of these kind of works, these speculative works that I created, each individual one was like a cultural ecosystem in itself, and they were, I could think of them as symbiotic works between film and sculpture, but then collectively they form an overarching cultural ecosystem in this kind of emerging coral environment. And so this culminated in being exhibited at the TOUT-MONDE, and there was also a conference as well, but there was multiple different strands to this large overarching like 5-year project that was happening. And so I just wanted to move on here just to show a closer vision of some of the artwork. So I was just thinking of our previous speaker actually in terms of the mangrove. So the divination bowl here, the story behind this, is the idea of like the last mangrove in Barbados. And to me, mangroves I find them fascinating because they're a convergence not only of like freshwater and salt water, but also in terms of like you have coral assemblages, so corals growing on the roots of the mangrove. They're obviously nurseries as well for biodiversity. But in this aspect, the mangrove was also like this shared site by multiple kind of spiritual practitioners, multi-sites of agency for this idea in terms of this exodus, you know, within Barbados. So indigenous practitioners, you know, where we have like African descendant practitioners, as well as others that might not necessarily be attributed or always known, but working collectively and together. And it's been a shared site that everyone was using and accessing. Another one, for example, was submerged mothers. So when we're looking at ancestral reef regeneration, and Brathwaite's work, like Barabajan Poems, 1492-1992, is an incredible work. This idea of this kind of, again, kind of ancestral kind of practice, and this idea of this kind of silical kind of tidal edtake in terms of like giving and offering in terms of the marine environment, but also trying to regenerate it at the same time as acts of like kind of divination and knowledge are requested. So finally, I'll just be finishing off soon. We also have the marine diadem and the wayfinding shell. So the wayfinding shells were a speculative piece informed by indigenous Caribbean practices as well, like as a kind of wayfinding shell. So the interior is a mapping of like underworld, but this is a marine environment, and the exterior mapping of overworlds and kind of land kind of geographies, and through these, using these as maps across the Caribbean. So I think finally just bringing the work, I think, into context, because I might not have directly kind of referenced sargassum, but I think one of the things is the ecologies of all the kind of different kind of multi-crises that we see kind of converging. And I think something that's kind of coming through in the research I've been doing, and particularly speaking with curators at the HOMO Museum, who actually are leading this Project Coral. So they are basically doing interventions in multiple sites. Like say they've done it in Florida and Indonesia and Australia, like addressing and restoring coral reefs. And when speaking to them, I was like, like why, say, the Caribbean regional marine environments are the most degraded globally? So why is it so difficult, the barriers to doing that? And when I was speaking to them, they were saying they model marine environments so they can then replicate the factors, so then they can find ways to make coral like resilient and be able to create that kind of intervention. And they said specific to the Caribbean, there are so many factors. So yes, within so many of them are talking about rising sea temperatures, rising sea levels, all these different kinds of things. But in addition to the Caribbean, so whether you have sargassum, you also have, say, diseases that are going and travelling along the shipping lanes that are then directly affecting like reef building corals. So they said because of so many different degrading factors, it's what actually makes kind of ecological intervention so difficult. But also the stress of like social justice being at the heart of kind of ecological justice and restorative movements. So yeah, and that's me. Okay, so yes, all right, I'll be introducing the artists. So Morel, we're going to be speaking, and then we're going to be having Deborah, and then we're going to be having our lovely beachside chat. So I think we can just imagine the beach, imagine we're all there, maybe having a rum in hand, you know what I mean? Lovely kind of like scintillating waves. You can't smell the sargassum, it's not really there. It's there, but it's not there. We have this little conversation. So, are you ready?
All right, I'm ready. Give me a second.
Yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, so we're on the beach, and looking around, and for me, I love the sharks, so, these little, they're the puppies of the ocean, honestly. People get scared of them, but they're absolutely amazing creatures. They just have a bit of mackerel. They're only like 7 feet. They're all right. But here you go.
Thank you. Before I begin, I wanted to see if we could do, stand-up stretch, and then I can continue. See, we've been sitting down for a little bit, so if anybody wants to stand up and stretch, feel free to do so.
Yeah, I know. I just need to sit down and like put my hips a little bit.
Okay.
Please just speak as
Okay, no problem. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Is that good?
Yes.
All right. All right, I'm ready.
Did you just make that up just so you would have more time?
All right. Good afternoon. So my name is Morel Doucette. I'm a multidisciplinary artist based in, Thank you. So I'm a multidisciplinary artist based in Miami, Florida. As an artist, my practice investigates ideas of climate gentrification, displacement that affects communities of color. So, give me 1 second. So as an artist, I employ ceramic, illustration, and prints. And those are my primary mediums. And I use it as a vehicle to tell stories about the environment in my work and how it affects us as a society. Themes in my work oftentimes reference the nature and the environment. In front of you guys are 2 works of art that connects back to my background being Haitian American. On this side, this is a work that was commissioned by American Craft Magazine, and this work pays homage to the Haitian president that was assassinated. And then the work on the other side is another work in a studio that was exploring the relationship between Haiti and the French government. So the teapot examines the idea of what happened if the French government were to give Haiti back the billions worth of money that Haiti had to pay the French government in terms of reparation for losing their slaves and crops. And so the teapot is a symbolism of conversation, of what happened if these 2 governments were to come at the table, and what result would come from this form of conversation. As a Haitian American artist, my relationship to the Caribbean, it comes from a place of memory. I left Haiti when I was very young. Age 4, my parents received political asylum. And so I've been to Haiti twice in my life, but when I was younger. So everything that I do comes from memory and what that means from the past. This is a work called The Brown Menagerie. This is a work that investigates ideas of race, colorism, and class. This work came as a result of a study that was done on the color brown. So essentially, they went into a schoolyard and they gave 1,000 kids a box of crayons, and they asked the kids to pick their favorite color out of the box of crayons. And after 1,000 studies was done, the only color that was never chosen was the color brown. And so the study went on to investigate the psychology around the color brown. How does the color brown, in a sense, affect society as a whole? So in terms of colorism, in terms of racial biases, and how are these psychologies in our mind affect how we navigate as a society. Also this work, I guess if you think and look at sargassum, when it sits for a very long period of time, eventually it becomes brown. And so it becomes brown, there's a smell to it. And so all of these are ideas that I think about as I'm making the work that I do. And then within the work, there's ideas of class, of beauty, of labor. And so within the work, I try to achieve that. And so I invite you as a viewer to sit down with the work, but then there's also additional meaning behind the work. This is another installation called Clockwork. It's using the metaphor of the doomsday clock as an analogy for the destruction of the environment. And so the middle represents us as a humanity. We're blind and we're being passive towards our relationship to the environment. And so with time, the environment changes colors and it becomes white for bleaching, brown for decay, and other aspects of that as well. Another element in my work is allegory. And so in a lot of my work, through the way I title the work, it's another way I connect with viewers through storytelling. And so this is a work that references the bleaching of the coral reef. Being from South Florida, we have systems that affects the marine life that are around us. And so this is another work that explores different aspects of that. Play the video, see if it works. So this is a body of work called Follicles, Cells, Biota. This work was exploring the relationship between coral reef and the fragility of blackness. So essentially, through the research, I was trying to find a correlation to we as a humanity, the same way we treat the environment is the same way we treat communities of color. And so if we can save the environment, then maybe we can have hope for communities of color. And so through that research, it led me down to here in Florida through the things that happen here in our state under our former governor, Rick Scott. And so this is a very hard time in my research because a lot of the things I was applying for, nobody wanted to fund. The scientists who I was working with, they were unable to provide certain data because the state government did not allow them to. And so with red tide and blue-green algae, there are different systems that affect the environment. With red tide, it's produced by toxic, the toxins that red tide release. It kills the marine life. It causes respiratory issues. And then with blue-green algae, it's a result of the different things that run off from different farms. And that also affects the quality of the water. And so through this, I started documenting the change that was happening in the environment. If you guys recall, in the news, there were thousands of marine life that were being washed on the beaches. And I'd go out in the morning, the smell was absolutely horrendous. And sometimes I'd have to wear a respiratory mask. But I started documenting what was happening. And so within my work, I also use porcelain as a way to elevate nature. Within our human history, porcelain, it holds a special place where there was a point in our human history where porcelain had the same monetary value as gold. And so back then, one way somebody of a particular class would kind of show they had wealth or status was to have some type of porcelain in the mantle or somewhere in the front of the home. And so when I reference nature and things in my work, I use porcelain as a way to bring reverence and elevation in the work that I do. And so from making work in the fish, eventually I was able to convince Facebook, now Meta, to install this in one of their offices in Miami. So this is a permanent work in their office that references the destruction of the environment, the bleaching of the coral reef, and what's happening to the fish and different life forms in the work. Other aspect of my work, again, using porcelain, this is another work on the corner called Let the Choir Sing in Magnifying Silence. It's another allegory to critique us as a collective of how we're sitting down, we're being passive towards the destruction of the environment. And then sometimes, I use elements to reference ideas of migration. So for example, this work is from a body of work that references ideas of how communities of color are being displaced. And so I'm using the dandelion as a metaphor for how these communities are being pushed around. So similar, when you blow on it, it kind of goes with the flow of the wind. So with displacement, you go where affordable housing is available. And so you don't have a choice. You just kind of flow with the wind and the flow of things. And then down in the Florida Keys, we're prone to hurricanes, flood. And so when it comes to ideas of seawater rise, climate change, it's not an idea of if, it's not a matter of when. Florida, we're at the front line of experiencing this within our work. And so I think about us, eventually we're going to be gone. Ultimately the earth will recover with or without us. And so this is another work that thinks about that as well. It's like the planet will fight back and reclaim itself. And so when I think of humanity, we're like this tiny grain in this entire cycle of the universe. And even though people think they have power and things like that, in reality we don't. And then other works that I've explored, this is a body of work for my solo show that I had back in 2023. This is a work that was documenting the changing landscape in South Florida. So from the community that I come from, many of the developers are moving into the neighborhood because the neighborhood that I'm from is a slightly higher elevation. So back then, it was not a neighborhood nobody wanted to live in, but because of the encroachment of the ocean and seawater rise, it has now become a new hotspot. And so developers are coming in and they're buying homes. And so what is left behind is these vacant lots that are happening now. And so I've been going into these vacant lots and taking the ecology in these spaces to create these portraits of residents from the neighborhood. And even with new homes, like the neighborhood had these very distinct identities of ironwork, things that made it feel like a tropical Caribbean neighborhood. And now these beautiful fencing are being replaced with hurricane impact window. These white cube homes is very stale and lack any personalities. So this is other elements in that body of work that references the change of communities and things like that. And so again, with my work, I would say I use history, beauty to lure people into it. And this is another example of that, where I'm referencing the San people. They're the oldest group of people on the planet that archaeologists like to talk about. And then I'm integrating an aspect of Nigerian bronze carving from the Ifa culture. And then I'm using birds as a symbol of migration and displacement that are happening within certain communities. And so, as an artist, I see myself as a cultural historian. I'm trying to document legacy and history. I see myself as an environmental activist. I'm using my platform to disseminate information and truth for the greater good of humanity. I'm also challenging the status quo. I'm using my work for multiple points of conversation and dialogue. I'm also seeing myself as a scientist, an archaeologist. Ceramic is human history. It transcends culture, economics, and time. Ceramic being here since the formation of the universe. It will continue to be here without us. Is one of those materials, like, it preserves culture. Ceramic, a large part of our human history would be missing if we did not have ceramic. Archaeologists are able to go into an old site, dig up the shards of what is left behind. We can understand the dietary of that culture based on residue that are left inside coated pottery. We can learn the custom based on decoration and design on the exterior of different pottery. And then with economics, I just mentioned that ceramic in a certain point in our human history had the same monetary value as gold. And so I enjoy the work that I do, and I'm very fortunate for opportunities like this to create work and be in conversation with people. So thank you. And then my artist model is create to serve, create to experience, and create to dream.
Okay. So next we're going to have Deborah Jack. So Deborah Jack is a St. Martin and Jersey City-based multidisciplinary artist whose work is based in video installation, photography, and text. Her work engages a variety of strategies for mining the intersections of histories, cultural memory, ecology, and ecological impact of colonialism. Her work was featured in the exhibition Forecast Form, Art in the Caribbean Diaspora, 1990s, 1990s Today at the MCA Chicago and ICA Boston. In fall 2021, a retrospective, Deborah Jack, 20 years, was presented at Pen and Brush in New York City. Her work is in the collections of the Paris Art Museum, Miami, MCA Chicago, and the Smith College Museum of Art. Deborah received a Jersey City Individual Artist Grant in 2022, a Nancy Graves Grant for Visual Artists 2021. Deborah received a 2024 fellowship from the New Jersey State Council on the Arts and a recipient of a 2023 Sotos Arts Fellowship. Deborah is currently a Professor of Art at New Jersey City University. Good afternoon.
Is this, you have to put your hand forward?
Okay, thank you for TOUT-MONDE Foundation and the Winthrop King for inviting me to be here. I'm going to jump right in because we're like 10 minutes, so I might be under. And so it's been really good being in this community because a lot of times when I talk about my work, I feel like I'm preaching to people who have no context, and so it's really interesting to be with people who already understand the space that I'm working in. So I'm presenting sort of projects that I work across different media. I'm from St. Martin, but I'm based in Jersey City. I work with photography, video, text, 2D. Essentially, I think the idea is really the work, and then whatever sort of shows up in. But primarily, I'm showing work that is sort of dealing with the ocean and the sea and memory. And so for me, I think of the shoreline as a liminal space, the fluidity of water as it interacts with the shore, and the lines that are created by that encounter, as well as the temporal quality of those lines is of interest to me. Climate change has caused the warming of oceans, which is that the hurricanes that are explosive in strength last longer, and storm surges that push further inland. So the work will engage with some of those ongoing questions that I have in my work. Does water have memory? What is the resonance that happens when water and land connect? And if the hurricane is a natural memorial to the Middle Passage, how can we reimagine an altered shoreline that happens during storm surge, the invasion of salt water beyond the shore, merging with fresh and salt water bodies? So my work has been, I guess, since 2000, down in direct reference to the Atlantic hurricanes that I see as a manifestation of a form of memorial that happens for the Middle Passage or the Black Atlantic. So when I started thinking about this ideas or this work, for me the hurricanes, I'd been through Category 4 or 5 hurricane in 1995, which started me thinking about the idea of looking at satellite maps, that when the storm left as a thunderstorm from the coast of Africa and came to sort of like the Caribbean, the New World, that what was happening was essentially the souls of all the people that perished during the Middle Passage, sort of coming, creating a memorial for themselves. And so in so many cultures, when we think of a person dying an unjust death, that their spirit doesn't rest, I thought about the estimated 1 million+ people who perished on that journey. What happens when that swirls, and that nature needs to make a space for that kind of trauma. And so a lot of times I think about where science does things that might not make sense, and so the naming of hurricanes with very sort of average names it's always been of interest to me as well, like what's the impetus that does that? Especially now that we name blizzards after Roman gods, right? So but hurricanes are like Susan, Alex. And so that idea, though, that it's not elevated to sort of the realm of the gods, but to sort of the average person, I think about those sort of, inspirations within science, I guess. And so for me, the salt then is sort of a space where a lot of these things connect for me. St. Martin, the plantation industry was salt. And so I think about that industry, the salt of the sea, the salt of our sweat, the salt that it's in the rain during a hurricane. The hurricane sucks up the ocean and sort of rains it back down on us. So if you've been through a hurricane, after the storm you wash your car or it'll rust, right? So there's a really sort of like an impact. And so I started thinking about that salt as material, as metaphor, and as a conceptual point of departure. So these intersections that happen with history, memory, nature, we create a counter-narrative to so-called sort of like facts, with a capital F, of history. And that this residue is residual traces of traumatic historical events are sort of manifested in these sort of projects that I come to. A lot of my investigation is through a Black feminist lens and engages tensions that exist within spaces that are once sites of trauma and sites of healing. The thing you learn after a hurricane when the landscape is devastated, that it doesn't stay there, it regenerates, right? We might be traumatized a bit longer, but the land always recovers. And so I'm interested in that idea that the sites of the trauma are also sites of healing. So the visual stories that I create give space to the possibility that nature creates her own memorials in places where it resonates the most. And these memorials are not fixed. They're actually cycles that are embedded within weather patterns and seasons, in places that play out on land and in the sea, in particular sites. That nature is a living memorial, and the site I've decided to excavate in my work is the Atlantic Ocean, Caribbean Sea. So hurricanes are my answer then to the question that Norbosi Phillips asked in her work, Zong. How does one retrieve black bodies from the sea, right? The liquid grave that was spoken about earlier. So the word that she uses, exaqua, is one that's, that really resonated with me. Christina Sharp, also in her book, In the Wake, credits Anne Gardusky, a scientist, who states that the human body would not make it to the seafloor intact, and that the atoms of the enslaved thrown overboard, or who jumped, are still in the ocean. So for me, then what is the rain in a hurricane? What is the storm surge pushing the Black Atlantic past our shorelines, if not a reckoning or a seasonal haunting? This relation to the storm surge that occurs during the hurricane, this destructive wall of water, is caused by the hurricane force winds that push the seawater towards the coast. So if the Black Atlantic is the site where the body is lost during the Middle Passage reside, and the hurricane is the embodiment of that loss, the raising up of these bodies from the sea, what do we then think of the storm surge? So this first project that I'm showing here, it's a still. I'm the video artist that has no video. But the work that you see upstairs is in the show is part of a series called Drawn by Water, Sea Drawings in 3 acts. The one upstairs is Act 1, Wait on the Water. And this is Act 2, a saltwater requiem, and then the wind whispered, sometimes the aftermath is the storm. And so the one upstairs is a single channel. Act 2 is a 3-channel video installation. So it's like 1, 2, 3. And so in that case, the work upstairs is sort of thinking about the shifting of the water and the sea foam making marks that are always sort of in motion, a sort of constant creation and erasure that happens. And initially the question was like, how does nature create its own forms of abstraction on the coastline? But then the hurricanes of 2017 hit, and I started thinking about sort of more about disaster economies and how they sort of emerge, and how, in our case, the Dutch was holding aid kind of like hostage until we gave over more control to our government. And so, you know, the red squares and rectangles that you see sort of like also allude to this kind of these interruptions that sort of happen in nature, but also tying to that idea of creating some sort of logic in illogical spaces that colonialists like to use and think about. And so also the coastline that you see in that video is primarily the coastline of the Netherlands. So for me, also thinking about this idea of increased vulnerability and precarity in the region, but I'm also interested in a shared vulnerability. The majority of the Netherlands is located below sea level. And so what do we think about in terms of these sort of political hierarchies when we both share an existential crisis with climate change? So sea level rise is an existential issue for the Dutch, as well as hurricanes and coastal erosion for us. And so that piece was also meant to explore that dynamic. And this one of the things that happened was sort of closing of the border, an attempt to close the border between the Dutch side of St. Martin and the French side. It's an open border, people just drive, but whenever there's a hurricane, soldiers miraculously show up and try to shut it down. But, you know, my grandmother's from the French side, my grandfather's from the French side, my cousins are there, they live and work. It's a very fluid society. So this idea of placing a grid of mapping in these spaces for me is a failure, right, on some level, and also an exercise in colonial futility. So this video has shifting like borders of water that move around in the space. The next project I'll just say the third video in the series, Drawn by Water, Act 3, is Sinking I Remember That the Embrace of Oceans is the Love I Know and Yearn for a Familiar Shore, which was inspired by the schooner flight from Derek Walcott, since we called his name a lot today. So one of the things too I'm also interested in is this ungeographic space. It's a site that Catherine McKittrick, Canadian scholar, writes about. And for me, when I think about the coastline, I think about this idea of mapping and what mapping means in this sort of like capitalist system. And the reason why maps were sort of like created as sort of means of ownership, control, and thinking about the coastline and the shoreline as a site where the map is always incorrect. Right? There's always movement, there's always erosions going on, and those micro-erosions make the map untrue, a fiction, which it is anyway. These lines don't really exist. And so the project that sort of moved from the video to the still images in this project, Intertidal Imaginaries, the resistant geographies of the shore coast in the aftermath of the saltwater storm surges. I use long names. So thinking about this, the surge that happens and the destruction that happens in these sort of zones that are meant to be these intertidal zones where the mangrove and other protective plant life live is sort of what this project is referencing. And what happens when we put architectural structures and we remove these sort of sites are built in spaces that are meant to have plant life. And so this actually was a hotel that was built like right on the water edge, and in 2017 was destroyed by a hurricane. And so I'm just gonna show some of them. So these are all, so this is a pool that's essentially right next to the beach. And I've been using sort of geometric shapes in the work to talk about a kind of redaction, but also, I don't know, I'm playing with a lot of things. I like it when other people tell me. In the work, but I have 1 minute, so that's why I'm breezing through. So these are all sorts of like, I'm also interested in sort of abstraction and what happens in photography when we flatten those spaces as well. It's a counter sort of like touristic images that also exist, and this is aftermath, thinking about what that means. And so this is the images here, the negotiations of salt, the rain, the surge, the rupture are like sites at hotels. And then these are also then sites of homes, where it's then, that series is called Subtle Eruptions of Salt, the Rain, the Surge, the Tears. And this is sort of like long-term salt damage from salt water that is like in the space. And the decisions you make when you either replace your roof or paint the wall, right? So the roof wins. And this is the last project that I've done. I've started doing sort of more than 3, so this is 6 video channels. You sort of walk in the front there, through that wall, and then you end up in this space. And so that's the title. See the salts creeping in the collapse, in the expanse, a rhizome looks for reason, whispers an elegy instead. And so this piece is filmed off the coast of New Orleans, in the Mississippi, in what's called a pass, the Neptune Pass actually, that empties out into Quarantine Bay, where the largest new land delta is being formed in Louisiana naturally, as opposed to the $2.9 billion diversion project that they created. A larger delta was formed in 5 years. Also where the Amazon meets the Caribbean Sea, in Belém, off the Cotijuba Island, that's like near Belém in Brazil, off the coast of Maine, where the Atlantic is warming faster than other points within the Atlantic, and then of course St. Martin. Sort of thinking about the sort of global aspect of like how the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico is responding to climate change, and the sort of the way that these sites are all connected. So that's it. Yes.
Right, so I think we're nice working. Yeah, you can hear me. I feel like omnipresent now. Okay, so thank you for your presentations, which are just incredible, wonderful. I think my head's going to be going back and forth like this to see you both a little bit. I think one of the first things I kind of wanted to start with is just like, you're working with Deborah, when you were just talking about like these different sites that you've is it?
No, I don't know, like I bring her.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit.
I'm wondering if maybe if you guys go a little further away from one another, if the microphones won't interact with one another, maybe.
Okay, stop.
Okay. Has it stopped now? Is it okay? Right. Okay. So when you were just profiling those different sites there, but also from the documentation that you've been within St. Martin as well, I wonder if you could expand a little bit on how you're seeing these different things live through your community. Like when you were talking about experiencing a hurricane at category 4 or 5, I was just like, God knows what that's even like. I can't imagine. And this idea of this being a space of trauma, but also a space of healing. So I just wondered if, in turn, if you could, share a little bit how you've seen that your communities, like how they've lived that and how you've acted out in terms of that healing.
I guess sometimes I feel like nonchalant about it. So like in '95 when Hurricane Lewis hit St. Martin, it was the same year that Maryland hit the Virgin Islands. And so one of the things you learn living in the region is that if the hurricane doesn't hit the United States, it doesn't exist, right? Nobody really covered Lewis, everybody covered Maryland. It hit a week later. And so that one, we had no electricity for almost a year, and we lost our roof. So I've lost my parents have lost our roof maybe 3 times, not maybe, 3 times. And I don't know, so I just think you get right to work. There's no time to sort of wallow. Yeah. But '95 was the first time that my island had experienced category 5. We'd had hurricanes before. I've been through about 9 or 10 in my lifetime. So you have them. But up until '95, you would have St. Martin's 37 square miles. It takes usually 3 hours for a hurricane to pass the island because it's really small. And so if a hurricane's moving like 30 miles an hour, and that used to be the speed. In '95, Hurricane Lewis slowed down to 4 miles an hour. It sat on the island for 20 hours, so your houses were just beaten. I remember people calling into the radio station asking when is the hurricane over, and the guy in the radio saying we're still in the tropical storm, right? So it was just so people were traumatized because you came out and there were places that that a house is supposed to be and then there's nothing. There's a very weird kind of discombobulation that happens. So you're lucky if you have a structure, but when we drove around, I remember seeing my uncle, who's a very strong, kind of guy, coming from one neighborhood, and we were like, how is it? And he just couldn't even speak about it because, places had completely disappeared. And so, and that was the first time too, sort of seeing the hillside look like it had been burned. Yeah. Usually it came out and some twigs broke, but you could still see green. After that, all the hills looked like just brown because all the leaves were gone essentially. And so it was like a week after, so Maryland hit us a week after. Yeah. But when it hit us, it was a rainstorm primarily. And so what that did was ended up washing the salt away and kind of causing the grass to grow back faster. So it was like a weird thing. And so mind you, that storm came when 90% of people didn't have electricity. So you just sort of knew that you remembered a storm was coming, but now you had a blackout and people didn't know. Right. But I worked for government, so I knew. Okay. But you had discussions in that room as to whether you tell people so they panic, right? Because at that point, everyone's getting tarp for their roofs, right? And you let people know something devastating is on the way again.
But even when it's like you said, if you've had this happen repeatedly, so is it not kind of
No, at that point, you hadn't happened to be so explosive, right? So 2017, when those storms hit, like Maria, we had Irma so just before Maria. Again, like it's one of those things where somebody goes, oh, the storm's a category 1, and then by the afternoon it's a category 4. Like you never had that before. It used to take a day. Now it takes hours for a storm to go from 2 to 4 to 5, right? And so those are the changes then that end up coming into the work, right? That you know, okay, these are natural occurrences, but you can't prepare. Like if you board up your house and you think I'm going to write out a category 2, you know, and then it becomes a 4. So I think people now just all prepare for 4 and 5s. You know, you just assume that it's going to like change in 2 or 3 hours. It could potentially become even more deadly. So
So these sort of natural kind of cataclysms that are happening, like with these.
Yeah, I mean, but you just, you know, you do what you can. I think when the first time I saw that and I saw the satellite footage, I remember looking at my brother, and we went to the bar that I played pool in, and all of us were drinking and saying, well, you know, we might not survive, right? Because the bar was gone after, like, the bar never came back. But you were looking at a satellite footage of something that was, like, so huge. You know, usually a hurricane has, like, red, orange, yellow, you know, for different intensities. This was all red, you know? So you were looking at it, and you were like, okay, you can only do so much, so let's have a drink and go. That's the kind of the spirit. Like,
that ethos.
You know. But there's also kind of like traumatic responses where, like, I remember my mom was traveling, so she was off island, and I remember just like, you know, the roof is gone and all this stuff is like raining. We hid in my brother's Jeep for 16 hours because the roof was gone, and it was it seemed like the safest place. But coming out of that, just being obsessed about fixing her shoes, like saving her shoes, because she would want to save her shoes. You know, like that was my response, just make sure her stuff was okay. You know, so just like, you know, so people had, you know, later on you'd hear stories, but in that moment you're just, you know, you're trying to survive.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was wondering if you could share the same.
Yes, sure. So I would say, I guess to bring some things back into the symposium, I feel like we as a society, there's not a sense of urgency. We always wait until the last minute in order to do something. And so with the destruction of the environment, the scientists are sounding the alarms. You have the activists that are literally going into like the Tate, they're throwing tomatoes and things onto the artwork, they're gluing their hands into the pavement. And so if the scientists are sounding the alarm, how come we as a society still haven't gotten to the place where we're trying to prevent to a point of no return? And so this is like my fear as an artist. This is when I wake up in the morning, what gets me to the studio is how to find different method, different mediums to communicate the urgency of what is happening before our eyes. And so I guess you guys can jump in and ask questions, but that's, you know, what compelled me to even come to the symposium, you know? So I'm curious what the PhD graduates are doing in terms of their research, because for me, just like, I grew up in a farm, you know? And so, you know, now I'm in a city, and I just see how people maneuver. There's never a sense of urgency. It's always last minute, where your home is gone, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, climate change is real. I'm like, yeah, you moved into a neighborhood that was a swamp. The swamp was drained, and they moved development over it. But again, nature always reclaims itself. So just because you drain the swamp doesn't mean 20, 30 years later, it's not gonna become a swamp again. And so I feel like, you know, like I said, you know, the scientists are sounding the alarms. The activists are literally going to jail. You know, and so why there has to be a sense of urgency?
So can I just question that when you're talking about that kind of passivity and the specific, sorry, this is crackling again, and that specific, and thank you, and that specific kind of, that passivity with that, and the specific kind of society of people in terms of who's qualified that, because say for example, a counter argument may be that we've seen like kind of people, communities, societies fighting historically throughout, you know, since colonialism, but you know, that that they've been fighting for that kind of like, whether that's, you know, for maintaining in terms of like land rights, whether that's in terms of like, you know, in terms of their own belief systems, in terms of their, you know, languages, lots of different things in terms of how trying to maintain and stop that kind of erasure and erosion, you know, that we've had with like, colonisation. So, colonialism. So I'm just like wondering in terms of that passivity, like who do you specifically perceive as being passive? There's a lot of P's in that. Yeah. Go on.
I'm gonna open up, I guess, the conversation to anybody in the public. If there's anything you guys had, I would just be open to hear different points of view.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions? All right, back there.
Salman, I was curious to know more about how you engage with Facebook, that installation, in no small part because, of course, that industry is a major contributor to what is coming next for us in terms of climate change. So what was that engagement like?
I've been very fortunate to work with different brands. So I've worked with Facebook, Nespresso, to name a few. For me, whenever a brand reaches out to me, I try to be as authentic in the work that I do. And so for me, I gave them, I guess, several themes. And I told them these are the things that I wanted to address into the work. And there was, I just show up as authentic as I can be. And I present themes and concrete goals. And then either they take it or I just walk away. And so for me, I wanted to be very intentional with the commission that they offered me. And so I wanted to do it as a way to respond to the office as well as the particular place where the project was going to go. So, I don't know if that answered the question.
I just wanted to address your question though, a little bit about that in terms of urgency, because I do, it's one of those things where it's always interesting when I look at the weather, like regular weather news. They'll always mention that, you know, there's a storm coming, or this is like a once in a 10-year storm, right? And you get this real, very serious, like, this is really urgent. And then as soon as they finish telling you that, they'll go, and next we'll have like a dance routine by the cheerleaders or so-and-so, right? Like if you really pay attention to like every time they talk about something that's serious that can be dealt with in terms of like a storm or that's related to climate change, the follow-up story is some major distraction that's meant to entertain you. And so if you understand how media is structured and how editors work and agenda setting is done, that's intentional, right? Or they'll run it along the bottom that we're having like, you know, cataclysmic wildfires in Greece, right, are happening, while, I don't know, the newest amusement ride. And so, you know, that kind of, I mean, that's the strategy, and that to sort of lull people into thinking that this is something that's going to happen in 50 years or 100 years, and that you don't have to worry about this now, and that makes, you know, that's the challenge, I think, like when you're working as an artist, because everything around is meant to distract. They'll talk about literally on the same day, in the same, you know, there's a blizzard in the west, unprecedented wildfire like in the northwest. Oh yeah, there's a hurricane coming to Miami, and there's some sort of like weird drought in the East Coast. And then, you know, let's carry on to like what is Beyonce doing, right? And so, but so that you panic, and then it calms you. Yeah, it calms you down, and that's I think part of the strategy. But I think what's great in a way about the Sargassum, right, especially for the Caribbean region, the way it just sort of shows up, right? You just like, you know, now we have the monitoring systems, but like you can't like get away from it. The smell of it is like, you know, I tell people it's not even like a smell, it's really like a fume. You know, you wear a mask and a bandana, like have to film in it, and it's, you know, your eyes are watering. And so it's much harder to get away from, because it's just like sort of like the inundation, right? You can't walk away from this, and it, you know, when you're there, you can see almost all stages of it, right? The bright yellow, you know, if you go to a coastline and it's far enough out, you see the new one, and the closer you get to shore, sometimes you know, depending on how long it is, the more putrid it is. It's almost like bubbling sometimes, right? And so that's the thing that sort of like fascinates me too, right? Because it is the same warming, right? The Sahara dust that sort of calms down hurricanes is the thing that feeds sargassum. Like those kinds of, you know, those kinds of connections or intersections in nature also sort of like are inspirational in a way for the work, but also because it's part of the problem.
But I think there's one of the things as well with that kind of like phenomena as well, because when you're looking at different islands, different contexts across the Caribbean, so for example, if I was thinking, you know, when I think about Barbados, when you've got such tourism kind of dependent economies, and then when you then have like say clearance of this, I guess more when you look at it, it's like who is the ecological intervention for? Is it for the people that are actually there and living there, who are the local, you know, who are the communities, or is it for the 2-week tourist who's going to come line a lounger and as long as their viewpoint's clear, you know, all's good, and they can dip in and dip out and then pop home, you know? So I think it, you know, it raises questions to me, or queries in terms of like who is, you know, the authenticity or the integrity in terms of ecological intervention. Who is, you know, as I said, like who is it actually for? Who is it supposed to serve? Who is, you know, the benefit? I think you're seeing a lot more now as well in things, you know, ideas of say like just, as in kind of extra sport like transformations, this idea that you have to look at kind of the sustainabilities in the 5, 10, 50 year kind of like impact. So I just wondered, yeah, when you know, observing and seeing these things, and yeah, like when you see that kind of query or that kind of, what's the word for it? Like, yeah, you know, and you see that kind of exclusion as well, because it's just not based. But also the entitlement, I think, of that, because it's very rarely questioned as well by people then coming and experiencing that privilege and never really questioning, you know.
Well, I think that's what I like about Morel's work, right? Because the use of porcelain, but that sort of white, you look at it and you're like, oh, this is really aesthetic, and then it's like, oh, the coral's being bleached.
There you go.
Yeah, you got it.
And I think, you know, like you said, as an artist, I've had to approach my work in a very particular way, because I realize, you know, people don't want to be hounded on, you know, constantly. The environment is dying, and so I've had to reinterpret and find other ways to communicate that messaging. And so I know if the work is created and displayed in a practical way, then people will gravitate towards it. And so that's where I found success as an artist and found more profound levels to engage with the work.
Yeah, I mean, so I know we talked before when I was looking at, you know, when I was seeing the work, to me, you know, speak about interspecies and multi-species, like entanglements, and to me, like, I think there's beautiful vocabulary of that, like, in your work. And I also wanted, you know, your work as an educator as well, and there's different ideas of kind of like knowledge sharing. So one, you know, as like an artist and like, you know, as an educator, but also, you know, I think it's the last slide, when you know, you say like, you know, archaeologist, scientist, you know, all these different things, and I just wondered, yeah, like these different modes or modalities of like knowledge sharing, and you know, how that kind of, how you live that, how that, you know, how critical is that to what you do?
So for me as an artist, you know, being a museum educator, so I've worked in the museums now for over a decade, and so I've had incredible opportunities. Even like Edouard, for example, he was one of the first Haitian artists who I wrote entire curriculums on, you know, and so for me, you know, being an artist working in the institution, I've made it adamant that if I make a work, then it should be able to stand on its own without a text. The audience should have should have agency and autonomy to engage with the work, and then the text should always be secondary. And so if the work cannot sit and perform on its own, then for me, it's not a successful work of art. And so that's the strategy that I use with the work. And so that strategy stems from the research. And so you have to do the research in order for the work to communicate that messaging.
And what about Laura, I'll pass it to you. What about you, Deborah, as well? Like these different like ways of like kind of sharing knowledge, and I would also say kind of like experience as well from what you kind of shared so much about like just living through kind of like hurricanes and also your family and the impacts of that. It's like sharing those stories, those acts of storytelling. I wonder if you could, get that kind of within the work and teach.
Well, I guess I use a similar strategy. I mean, I try to seduce with the eye, because I think I sort of came up in, my introduction to like contemporary art that was sort of with a message, was very sort of like in your face, kind of protest art. And I noticed that the only people who engaged with it were usually people who already believed what the artist was saying, and that you weren't reaching anybody new. So I was really sort of mindful of then, like knowing that if people engaged with a work of art and they wanted to know more about it, they'd have a greater chance of sort of like learning what it is I wanted to tell them, if they thought it was something that they wanted to sit with for a while. But also not being interested, like, I'm talking about like, dead bodies in the water, right, of the enslaved people in the Middle Passage. I'm just not interested in sort of recreating images of Black bodies being traumatized to communicate that point, because I think we have a plethora of those kinds of images already. So how can we talk about, a kind of historical pain without re-injuring, right, in a way, or just bringing up, putting injured bodies on display. And so, that ends up being that's a challenge, and that I welcome, but I also am very particularly mindful of. And also too, because we live in these spaces and we're not living in traumatic spaces all the time. Right? These are places that we go hang out, we go to the beach, we live with our families, like, we don't walk around looking at a tree and going like, oh, this is a site of, like there was something happened there, and, we have a picnic under it. Because, so I've always been interested in sort of like this sort of Caribbean, and also I saw it too like with South Africa, and that, I remember I grew up during like the apartheid protests, right, and you'd see it on the news, but then like, you would see these traumatic images out of the township, and then you would hear them sing. And you'd be like, like we have like what, 4-part harmony? They sing like 8-part harmony. And I remember going like, how could you like live through all of this trauma currently, like going through apartheid, and then still find a way to create beauty in that way? And so that was really sort of impressionable to me in the sense that, okay, like we take this thing and we still have joy somewhere. And so for me, the work has to have those elements in it. But also, I use sound, like you didn't hear it here, but the sound is usually a way for me to create a kind of like discord for people. Like I play it slower, or sound, I use dissonance, like off notes, to create kind of like dis-ease for the viewer, because the images are so beautiful. So to counter that, I do tend to use sound as a way to mess with people's equilibrium, or also to move them out of a sense of sort of just mindless comfort. And one of the sounds that's in all the Drawn by Water pieces, and the one that you hear upstairs, that's the Rosby whistle. And I didn't have time to talk about it. So the Rosby whistle is a sound that scientists in 2016 sort of suggested that the Caribbean Sea was emitting, that was caused by the colder temperature of the Atlantic Ocean sort of coming into the Caribbean Sea basin. And as that sort of moved across the seafloor of the Caribbean, 122 oscillations, sort of like moving back and forth, created a frequency that humans couldn't hear, but that satellites were picking up in outer space. And so I was intrigued by that idea of the Caribbean seafloor basically creating a sound, and to me that ended up being kind of like an audio embodiment of that idea that the unity is submarine. And so, things like that, where of course, like you can't hear the Caribbean Sea making a sound, but of course it must make a sound. There's all of this history in it. So those are, trying to figure out how to incorporate something scientific like that, like 122 oscillations of cold water across the sea basin floor, then becomes a sound to a video. So there's things like that. And I also agree with Nora, like, you don't have to read the text to engage with the work. People go in and see the sea, and if they're from Europe or they're from, you know, the Caribbean or America, they think about their relationship to water. And that's the hook I want first. I want you to feel an emotional connection, and then you'll get the lecture.
That's good. Lecture followed, right? We done? All right. Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting beach side chat, both on toxicity and also the sunnier side. I would like to invite now our PhD FSU candidate, Libby Farrell-Beal, to come up and talk about her work on toxic realities and other than human imaginings. And then afterwards there will be a short coffee break. Thank you.
Could I have the mic? Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Great, thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this portion of the HOMO SARGASSUM Symposium, where I'll be sharing about my current research as I pursue a PhD of French and Francophone Studies here at Florida State University. I first want to thank the organizers for this beautiful event so far. We still have 1.5 days left, as well as the scholars and artists who have brought this interactive and interdisciplinary dialogue truly to life. I was very excited to hear today and yesterday that many of the artists and scholars have emphasized the importance of imagining and imagination as a primary step towards justice and healing. And my brief presentation happens to have the word, toxic realities other than human imaginings. Today, I will consider examples from a film and bande dessinée of 2 Francophone artists and demonstrate how their imagining of the non-human in Martinique encourages viewers and readers to pursue healing and justice through collaboration rather than through division and hierarchization. Before looking at some examples, I wanted to share the lens through which I interpret them. Reliant heavily upon the poetics of Edouard Glissant, as many of us here, and the theories of Jane Bennett and Malcolm Ferdinand, my current research unearths examples of imagined or real collaboration and community between the human and other than human in Martinique in response to monocropping and chlordicone pollution. To locate such examples, I rely upon the 2006 work of Edouard Glissant, Une nouvelle région du monde. In it, Glissant uses the term geomorphism and categorizes it rather generally, as he often does, as the opposite of anthropomorphism. It is this geomorphic process that informs how I engage with literature and art, one that resists the devastating consequences of anthropocentrism and instead promotes a Glissantian intertwining of human and non-human through imagining, evocative of Dr. Roachou's keynote this morning in talking about the ecological sacred. This leads me to the second cover, visible here, Vibrant Matter, as it helps me set the parameters for what I consider to be non-human or other than human when I analyze a work. In it, Jane Bennett questions the perspective of the non-human as essentially passive stuff that has pervaded much of the Western colonial human imaginary over recent centuries. Bennett's approach of vital materialism complements geomorphism, as it insists upon what Bennett calls the thing power of all matter, organic and inorganic, such as what Bennett calls agentic contributions of non-human forces operating in nature, in the human body, and in human artifacts. The third title, Une écologie décoloniale, which has been mentioned today, offers a theorization that permits me to place the injustice surrounding chlordicone toxicity in Martinique and Guadeloupe at the intersection of what Malcolm Ferdinand calls the double fracture, which strives to, quote Ferdinand, separate the colonial history of the world from its environmental history. As the colonial fracture establishes hierarchies of race and sex, the environmental fracture likewise separates human and non-human, with human on top. In order to function, these fractures are reliant upon geographical and metaphorical distance between, on slow violence, on dualisms, on what Ferdinand coins sympathy without connection. Shaped by Glissant, Bennett, and Ferdinand, my research seeks examples of artist activists attempting to bridge this distance between producer and consumer, human and other than human, in order to achieve justice for the slow violence of chlordicone poisoning.
The first example of an artist and activist covering this ground between is the French director Florence Lazare. In 2019, she released her 70-minute documentary, Tu crois que la terre est chose morte, or You Think the Earth is a Dead Thing in English, with Sister Productions. Reliant upon human and non-human testimony, this poetic-style documentary is a vibrant demonstration of the impact of local action and relationships while situating them in a global context. Interviewing small farmers and capturing banana plantations in Martinique on screen, Lazare transmits what many hexagonal citizens could have otherwise not seen in their lifetimes. Through creative engagement with non-human film techniques, Tu crois que la terre est chose morte requires its viewers to imagine from the point of view of the non-human. Echoing Bennett, who emphasizes the socio-political imperative of not only analyzing human power structures, but also what she calls a non-human thingly power, Lazare invites viewers to consider the coalescence of the human and non-human. The frame in question here occurs about halfway through the film, following Véronique Mongeon, the human here, her testimony on local needs versus globalized industry, while nestled among dachine, or also known as taro plants. Just one example of Lazare's attempt at imagining from an other human perspective. This frame employs a medium shot, which permits viewers to see not only the subject, Véronique, but also observe her interactions in the frame with the other members of the scene, which in this case would be the dachine plants. Furthermore, rather than using a low-angle shot, which would look up at the human, Lazare employs a medium-angle shot, which communicates that the humans and non-humans are not relating hierarchically, but rather are coexisting together in a shared reality. While Lazare ultimately does make the conscious decision as a filmmaker to position the camera in this way, she nonetheless encourages the viewer to imagine the consequences of chlordicone pollution in Martinique from an other than human perspective, emphasized by Véronique's accompanied testimonial. Similarly, grounded in a documentary style, the familiar bande dessinée we've seen several times mentioned in the symposium so far, Tropique Toxique, Le Scandale du Chlordécone, encourages other than human imaginings and stresses the agency of non-human matter. Itself a testament physically to the thing power, Tropique Toxique recounts Jessica Oublier's own journey in over 200 pages, enhanced with paratexts such as photographs, legal proceedings, and interviews. In my research, I consider a braided series of paratextual photographs in this bande dessinée, all of which share a similar context and presentation on following a page turn on the top left of the page. The photograph I've chosen to briefly go over with you is found in Chapter 9, after readers learn about the imposition of French colonization upon the geographic region, as well as its contemporary debris that remains. At the intersection of racial and environmental injustice, the graffitied wall in this photograph emits a call to action and unity against socio-political corruption via black, red, and green paint. It's a little hard to see here, but they are there. The colors of the Martinican flag. Shocking readers as it follows a page turn, as I mentioned before. The graffitied wall, which was once a fixed assemblage of matter in Martinique, expresses its staying power and its political agency as its material inclusion in the text allows it to reach and inform an international audience, perhaps indefinitely. To conclude this brief presentation, I would like to identify a few resonances between my own research methods and the preceding artist activists who engaged in such a motivating discussion, Morel, Christina, and Deborah. So through her work, and as we saw during her presentation and the beachside chat, Christina demonstrated how she directly contributes to this imagination by perceiving human historical archives as ecosystems. A transdisciplinary artist, Christina's approach resonates with geomorphism as she relies upon the other than human to inform the human, such as with her research and earlier mention of multi-species trauma, conveying how human and non-human history are intertwined. Showing a similar investment in the material agency of artwork and how he intentionally uses porcelain as a strategy for his art, this also echoes Glissant's geomorphic approach. And Morel uses his art as a beacon to draw attention to these intersections of cultural identity, environmental sustainability, and the Black diaspora experience. For example, much of his work, including The Birth of Venus, which is upstairs, imagines humans and other than humans as literally intertwined, sharing consequences and benefits alike. And he acknowledges that his art is meant to inspire contemporary environmental and social activism, especially in a localized Floridian context as well. Finally, Deborah's exploration of salt, as she mentioned, and of the shoreline as liminal space through her video installation Drawn by Water upstairs demonstrates a commitment to interpreting and transmitting the other than human as not only having agency, but as influencing human life. Also, yesterday at the film screening, she stressed the importance of language and word choice, terminology. And today, in many of the titles that she shared with us, use terms that employ a language of action and agency when thinking about the other than human, such as resistant, negotiation, eruption, and even imagining or imagination. Her creative editing techniques in the video installation, such as use of split frames and the traveling red rectangle that moves around, pushes viewers to imagine the intersections of human and non-human, and also to consider the agency of the other than human. Together, these three artist-activists encourage viewers to interrogate the predisposition of viewer perceptions about the other than human, and invites the viewers to collaborate alongside them towards a more sustainable and restorable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Libby, for an excellent presentation, just also for playing the game of wrapping up and reacting to previous sessions, which is really challenging as you learn through their presentations, even though you've seen their work, and then trying to react in very little time, so that was excellent.
Thank you very much.
So I invite everyone to take a coffee break, 15 minutes, and then we'll get back to the program. Thank you. place in Martinique and Guadeloupe, where they actually use sargassum. So this really relates to the discussion that is going to take place in a few minutes, and this is moderated by Michael Carasso. So just enjoy the performance. Thank you.
Vous êtes bénis en Jésus par la c'est Marie, mère de Dieu. Priez pour nous que nous puissions nous alors Amen. Ainsi soit-il, soit Marie, c'est pour toi. Même si je n'ai pas vrai dans mes plans. Bénis au passé toute fille, bénis c'est mon bon Dieu. Nous, c'est péché. Tout péché ne faut pas parce que c'est mon Dieu, c'est pas c'est né. Péché m'a fait la peine, mon premier m'a fait juste ça. On va recommencer. Avant que nous commencions avec béni devant la boîte à l'eau, il signale. On va dire ça. J'en sais pas. bon, quelques restaurants cachés privés encore. Et les gens utilisent pour dire ça, c'est que ça nous dit, merci que vous avez et lui produit l'anglais, grâce à l'anglais, nous avons appris recette avec ça que j'utilisais et nous c'est Guinée, franc Guinée, c'est travail, non, racine. Alors, vous devez connaître qui ça, vous devez vous faire un bain. Qui ça, bain ça, faire un bain. Vous devez connaître la tête et vous devez connaître le rafraîchir. Ok? Rafraîchir à la tête pas mal. Alors là, tu peux, non, Dieu au nom de Dieu. Non, regardez la sirène qui a parlé. La dialogue, le test de là. Et je vous dis merci beaucoup. À la prochaine avec nous. D'aller,
Hello, I think that was a perfect introduction to this conversation. I am Dr. Kaylee Spencer, and I am the director of the Museum of Fine Arts. It is my pleasure to introduce the next interactive conversation, Healing and Resisting with and Through the Sargassum, exploring the use of seaweed from ancestral and medicinal practices to contemporary ritualistic practices. I am honored to introduce the moderator of this conversation, my colleague, Dr. Michael D. Carrasco. Michael is the Associate Dean for Research in the College of Fine Arts at Florida State University. He's also a member of the Art History Department, where he is an Associate Professor. In addition, Michael served as the Interim Director of MoFA from 2023 to 24 and was absolutely instrumental in bringing Homo Sargassum to FSU. Michael's research centers on the indigenous peoples of the Americas, particularly the cultures of Mesoamerica, as well as critical heritage studies, digital imaging, and the relationship between indigenous artistic traditions and global art systems. Michael has received many grants and fellowships, including awards from the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Consejo Nacional de Ciencia y Tecnología, and the Japan Council of Local Authorities for International Relations. Michael has published many journal articles, book chapters, and edited volumes, including Under the Shade of the Tipac, the ethnoecology of cycads in Mesoamerica and the Caribbean, another volume, Interregional Interaction in Ancient Mesoamerica, yet another volume, Parallel Worlds, Genre, Discourse, and Poetics in Contemporary, Colonial, and Classic Maya Literature, and finally, Pre-Columbian Foodways, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Food, Culture, and Markets in Ancient Mesoamerica. Significantly, Michael has also co-authored the exhibition, co-curated the exhibition, Decolonizing Refinement, Contemporary Pursuits in the Art of Edouard Duval-Carrier. And I also want to mention that he has mentored several students who have gone on to make very significant contributions to discourses within Mesoamerican and Caribbean studies. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Michael Carrasco.
Thank you, Kaylee. Now I don't need to say anything about myself. And good thing, too, because we don't have that much time. I will say, though, that I know that you all have been, or many of you have been out late last night, and so I thank you for persisting in this late moment, especially since I know you've been we were seeing people taking libations, and I think that you were taking libations last night, so I appreciate your endurance. I'm too old to do that thing now, mainly because of my child, who has worn me thin. Okay, so I'm happy to talk about any of those works that Kaylee mentioned and many others, but I want to focus on our guests today. So I have a question that's a complicated question or a longer question that I'll get to after they do their presentations. So what I'd like to first do is introduce them, both simultaneously, well, not simultaneously introduce them, but introduce them first, and then we'll have their presentations, and then we'll move to the questions, because we're a little tight on time for the projection. So our first speaker in this panel is Dr. Marc-Alexandre Tarot, who holds a PhD in ethnobotany and health anthropology. He defended his thesis in 2019 at the University of French Guiana, and subsequently conducted research projects in the Amazon, the Caribbean, and North America. His work, and you can find a lot of his work on Google Scholar, his work primarily focuses on the interactions between humans and their plant biodiversity, as well as their representations of body, illness, and the diversity of their ethno-medical practices, particularly plant-based therapies, which he studies from dynamic and intercultural perspectives. Currently, he works at the Cayenne Hospital, where he is particularly interested through a One Health approach in the plural health pathways of migrant populations. So he's our first presenter. Our second is Dominique Hunter, and Dominique Hunter was born in, well, this isn't her bio thing. I'm going to skip her birth date because that is, I don't think people need to know when we're all born. But you can read about it. Is a multidisciplinary visual artist living and working in Guyana. She received her BFA at the Barbados Community College in 2015. Past residencies include Caribbean Linked 4 in Aruba and the Vermont Studio Center residency following the Reed Foundation Fellowship Award. Hunter has exhibited extensively in the region as well as in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, and Miami. Her work has been collected by a number of prestigious institutions, including Guyana's National Collection. Additionally, she has had her writings published in the Caribbean Review of Gender Studies and in Migration and Women in the Guyanese Diaspora. So, and her work is featured in the show, so I encourage you to take a moment to go and look at it in person. We'll see more of it today. So with no further ado, I will bring up Marc-Alexandre to present his material.
Good afternoon. Bonjour à toutes et tous.
Hello.
Alors mon anglais n'étant pas suffisamment fluide et les sujets abordés étant suffisamment importants pour que ce soit correctement discuté, ben je mets tout mon espoir et je te remercie d'ailleurs dans l'effort de traduction que fera notre ami Joachim pour rendre mes propos entendables. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you. My name is Marc-Alexandre Tarot, and my English not being so, me not being too fluent in English, I will rely on Joachim to do the translation, and I hope that this, you enjoy it.
Ok, alors je m'appelle en effet Marc-Alexandre Tarot, je suis ethnobotaniste. Mon travail consiste je m'intéresse aux usages du végétal sur le plateau des Guyanes, au Brésil et dans la Caraïbe.
Ah, okay.
Je découvre.
Marc-Alexandre, I'm interested in the usage of the plants, medicinal plants,
sur le plateau des Guyanes et dans la Caraïbe.
In Guyana and the Caribbean.
Voilà. Ouais, alors ces usages peuvent être très variés, évidemment. Quand on parle d'usage de la flore, on peut penser aux plantes alimentaires, aux plantes médicinales, aux plantes rituelles, comme ça a été montré dans la vidéo en préambule, aux plantes techniques, les plantes avec lesquelles on fabrique des choses. Moi, je m'intéresse spécifiquement aux plantes médicinales et aux plantes rituelles, celles qui sont utilisées dans le cadre de cérémonies médico-magiques.
Okay. Their usage is very various, from rituals to eating to different usages. So I'm mostly interested in medicinal and how to use those plants in rituals and religions and everything with of that sort.
Alors, je suis basé en Guyane française, c'est-à-dire un bout de France en Amazonie. C'est un endroit où on a à la fois une biodiversité végétale exceptionnelle, il y a plus de 7000 espèces de plantes en Guyane, et en même temps une diversité culturelle très forte, avec des populations amérindiennes, noires marronnes, créoles, aussi des populations issues de l'immigration. Et donc quand ces deux ensembles convergent, eh bien, je peux vous le dire, c'est le paradis des ethnobotanistes.
Okay. I'm based in French Guiana, where the plants have a variety of species, more than 7,000 of them, and I work with the intersection of plants and culture, where it's an absolute pleasure to work with him.
Alors, comme évidemment, il faudrait plusieurs vies pour s'intéresser à toutes ces pratiques, à toutes ces connaissances et à toutes ces représentations du végétal, eh bien, on se spécialise. Moi, mon champ de spécialité, ce sont les usages ethnobotaniques des populations afrodescendantes.
It will take a long time to just talk about all of that and then work on it, but my specificity is in the usage of those plants with the Afro-descendants, among the Afro-descendants.
Et je travaille notamment beaucoup au sein de la diaspora haïtienne, ici sur le sol américain, aux États-Unis, dans la Caraïbe, en Guyane, en Amérique du Sud. Et donc l'ethnobotanique du vaudou haïtien m'intéresse particulièrement. Et c'est pour ça qu'on pourra discuter, si vous voulez, de la vidéo qu'on a vue tout à l'heure, qui est effectivement très intéressante.
Okay, I work a lot with populations from Haiti, and what I use is population from Haiti and everywhere in the Caribbean, the US, and almost everywhere in the world. And my subject and what I use is mostly used with voodoo and any other practices that they use those plants for.
Okay. Ouais. Alors je passe vite là-dessus, mais c'est pour comprendre un peu le métier qu'on fait. Ce métier se base sur deux méthodes principales. Celle d'aller vers les habitants, vers les populations, de discuter avec ces personnes au sujet de la façon dont ils utilisent les plantes, quelles plantes, pour faire quoi, pour soigner quoi, comment est-ce que ces plantes sont classifiées, sont catégorisées, sont nommées dans le système de représentation de ces populations.
I work directly with the people, with the populations. I go directly to them and I ask them what to do, what do they do with those plants, how do they use it, for what purposes, and yeah.
C'est ça. Et donc ça, c'est la partie de ethnobotanique. Et la partie botanique, eh bien, c'est celle de collecter des spécimens d'herbiers, d'en faire des herbiers, et ensuite d'identifier les espèces dont on nous parle sur le terrain.
Working directly with the populations, it's the part of the ethnography of my work, and then how we use those plants and how we collect them is the other part of the botany.
Voilà.
Sorry, can you shorten your sentences so it's easier for the translation?
Super, ok, je vais faire court et simple. Alors, j'ai aussi fondé une association qui s'appelle Mélis et qui fait tout ce que je viens de citer, mais de façon destinée à un grand public. Donc on fait de la vulgarisation scientifique sur ces questions ethnobotaniques.
And I also founded an association called Mélis, and which basically does the same thing as I do, and the main objective is to vulgarize, have a publicity of everything that we do, and yeah. Yeah, popularize. So.
Alors, je vais essayer de passer rapidement sur ça, parce que j'aimerais quand même parler de Sargasse. Mais j'ai envie de vous parler aussi d'un projet qu'on a mis en place, qui est un projet art et sciences, qui s'appelle Kalalou. Et donc, j'ai travaillé avec un photographe guyanais sur... On a mis en dialogue les photographies de ce photographe qui s'appelle Carl Joseph et mes textes au sujet du rapport aux plantes chez les afro-descendants.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, and I will go over this really quick, but this is a project that I have with Carl Joseph, a photographer with whom I work with for this project, this ethnographic project with plant and people.
Ouais, alors, pour faire vite, il y a 6 grandes thématiques dans ce travail qu'on fait avec Carl. Croire, believe.
Yeah. So in this work, we have 6 big themes, and this is believe.
Ouais, t'inquiète. Ouais, je vais les citer les 6 et puis je voulais parler un petit peu de cet arbre. On a cultivé, cueillir, cultivating, harvest, eat, to make, to faire. On a believe et on a healing. Voilà, je crois que j'ai fait le tour. Et en tout cas, donc l'idée vraiment, c'est de montrer l'importance culturelle de certaines plantes dans l'univers des afro-descendants.
So the 6 themes, believe, I took a note for that. So cultivate, harvest, eat, believe, heal, and make, create or produce. Produce is to show the importance of this ethnographic work or relationship with the plant.
Okay. Alors, j'ai encore quelques minutes. Ce que je voulais dire, c'est que quand on m'a demandé, et je remercie beaucoup les organisateurs, organisatrices, et en particulier Vanessa, celle de m'avoir invité. Simplement, ce que je veux dire, c'est que ça m'a replongé dans mon enfance. J'ai vu mon grand-père en Martinique, j'ai vu mon père ramasser des sargasses, les mettre à dessaler sous le soleil et la pluie, les mélanger à de la terre, à du charbon, à du fumier, pour amender leur jardin créole. Donc,
working on this product was very dear to me because it brought me back it brought me back to my childhood with my parents, my grandparents, and how they were using the different plants, and then how they were using in the soil, in the normal usage.
Voilà. Et donc, on a des usages agricoles, on a des usages dans l'élevage, on a quelques usages médicinaux qui restent à la marge, mais ce qui est très important, et j'essaie de faire le lien avec la vidéo qu'on a vue tout à l'heure, c'est l'inscription aussi des sargasses dans la religiosité afro-caribéenne.
Okay. What I've noticed is that those usages are very diverse, but they're very used in agriculture, farming, and religion. And to make a link, a relationship with what we've seen before, this reminds me of this shows the importance of the ritual or the religious practice with vaudou in relationship with the sargassum.
C'est ça. Dans le vaudou haïtien, les sargasses, comme tout élément marin, appartiennent aux esprits de la mer, appartiennent à Agouet Arroyo, appartiennent au Simbi, appartiennent à Maîtresse Erzuli, à toutes ces divinités qui sont dans ce passage du milieu et sont mobilisées dans des cérémonies en particulier.
The sargassums being in this water field or environment belongs to the spirits in Haiti, so different spirits like Isili,
Simbi, La Sirène, Agouet Arroyo.
And all of that is show that importance, that relationship with the people and the spirit.
Ok. Et juste, bon, parce qu'en général, le problème des anthropologues, c'est qu'on est trop long. Donc je voulais quand même dire un truc. Moi, j'ai beaucoup aimé tout à l'heure quand Chris a parlé de plantules et de propagules. Alors évidemment, en tant qu'ethnobotaniste, ça me parle, mais je trouve que ce lien entre la diffusion des plantes et la diffusion des connaissances est beaucoup plus évidente qu'on ne le pense, et je suis content que cette analogie symbolique ait été mise en avant par Chris. Je suis désolé pour les phrases un peu compliquées là.
That's going to be okay.
Do you want to know? Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay. So he was referring. I really like the references by Chris Seale's presentation on the seeds and the propagation of propagules throughout the waters and the plants, and this inspires me in my work.
La seule différence, et qui est quand même fondamentale que je voudrais noter, c'est que quand la plantule de palétuvier tombe et replante une forêt de palétuvier ailleurs, on peut prévoir à quoi elle ressemblera. Or, les formes culturelles auxquelles donnent naissance les diffusions de savoir sont toujours imprévisibles. C'est ça la différence.
So with the propagation of seeds, usually you can predict what the next plate is going to look like, but here it's different because
c'est un clin d'œil à glissant, le processus de créolisation est toujours imprévisible, et donc on ne sait pas ce que ça donnera comme forme culturelle.
And like in reference to glissant, it's a creolization product, so we don't know exactly what will come until the actual product shows.
Merci. Je ne sais pas si je peux continuer, mais sinon, merci beaucoup.
Let's welcome Dominic Hunter.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dominic Hunter. And before I get started with my presentation this afternoon, I'd just like to say a quick thank you to all the organizers, to the TOUT-MONDE Art Foundation, to FSU, and to the Winthrop King Institute. It truly is an amazing experience being here as a young artist and meeting so many really talented and creative thinkers and makers. So it's really a privilege to be here. For my presentation this afternoon, I wanted to kind of talk about how this particular series, which is called CUSP, C-U-S-P, how it developed over the course of the last 8 years. My practice is relatively intuitive in that things kind of happen and I'm not always aware in the moment what is happening, but I try to document things and then I kind of circle back after. So I'll come back to this particular installation that I did in an exhibition last year, but I'll just move forward. So it started with this image that I took in 2016. My parents had just bought a farm, and I'm a country girl. I was born in the country. I was living there for the first maybe 10, 11 years of my life, and then we moved to the city, or closer to the city. And that shift really caused me to be disconnected, I think, with who I really was as a person, because obviously it's two totally different dynamics. And so when they bought the farm in 2016 and we went to do like a site visit, we were walking to the back and immediately I was just struck by this view of ultimately neglect, but it was so striking and so beautiful to me that I had to take a photograph. Now at the time when I took the photograph, I wasn't aware of what would develop. I had a habit of documenting things photographically, and at that time I think I was in the early stages of developing what I would refer to like my personal image bank. I do mixed media collages, and at the time, my earlier works, I sourced images online for different purposes, and eventually I would shift to a more deliberate and conscious effort to center myself in the work. So this series, which is upstairs, is one of the first works that developed as a result of me thinking about this particular photograph and this plant, which is called the Morning Glory Vine. There are many different varieties of this. This one grows inland. There's one that grows along the coastline, and you can find it in Florida, you can find it in Texas, in Georgia, many different coastlines. And they have different characteristics. So fast forward to this was a work that I created after Grace Anisa Ali, who is an independent curator in, well, at the time I think she was based in New York. She's Guyanese. And this was for an exhibition at the Caribbean Cultural Center in New York, titled Liminal Space. And it was, I think, a pivotal moment for me because I started to think about my own experiences as a young Guyanese artist and these, what we refer to as mini migrations as a way of sustaining my creative practice. You know, Guyana is not necessarily the most conducive environment to creative growth, as I'm sure most Caribbean artists could probably attest to. And so the way that I am able to sustain my practice is that I travel quite often for residencies, for exhibitions, and this really was a direct result of me studying in Barbados for 3 years. I lived and studied there, and sort of cultivated a really close network of collaborators and peers and colleagues. And so this was the work that I made in response to her invitation to the exhibition. What I would like to say about this series is that all of these silhouettes were images that I sourced online. They're headless. Because at the time, that was in response to a critique I got about my first solo exhibition in 2010, where the person was just obsessing about the face. And my thing was that there was so much more happening within the composition. The face wasn't really important for me, so I just kind of was like, you know what, I'm just going to remove the head altogether. Right? So that was a little extreme reaction, and a lot of people were very disturbed by the removal of the head, but I couldn't understand why, because I don't think it was done in like a violent way. The lines are very soft, they're curved, so I wasn't disturbed by it, but people were. So then the work shifted even more. Again, at the time I was focusing on images I sourced online, and because I was talking about my own migration stories, traveling back and forth, and you know, like the emotional toll that was taking on me to uproot and resettle, and you're not quite sure what the response will be when you kind of settle in these new spaces. And so I wanted to center myself more, and you know, I had a camera, I had a tripod, and I was like, why not shoot myself? And so I started inserting myself literally into the work. This was one of 3 pieces that I made. Oh, no, not this one. These 2 and another one I didn't include in the slide. But this was part of a series that I made for Art Basel in 2017 through Prism Art Fair. And they sold out immediately, which was amazing. It's always good to, you know, have work sold. Yeah, so the Morning Glory reappears in the work, and you see hints of like drainage and irrigation tools and devices. The caterpillar appears a lot. The lamp, the lantern, the red lantern appears a lot in my work. I try to have recurring elements in my work as a way of kind of building a visual language without it being too much like a formula where it gets, you know, predictable and boring, and people would, you know, basically, they could tell what will come next in your work. So this series really chronicles my experience emotionally, this process of moving and the anxieties that occur during that process. And these figures are still headless up to this point. I should probably mention too, I was working with a predominantly white silhouette, and for me that was a way of suggesting like an absence of color, of pigment. I didn't really feel like I wanted to focus too much on that. My aim was to tell a story and not have it be too limited in a way where people can really see themselves in the work. So then the work started to expand some more, and the figure becomes almost, dominated by this vine. And you see all the elements coming in. The figure now has a head, because I figured, why not? Maybe it's time to evolve in the way that I was making the work. And then this was another piece that I made, actually, where it's incorporated works from a different series that I made while I was in Aruba on residency, where the tile pattern in the background, this is something that is kind of traditional in their country. You see certain tile patterns repeating, and they have a whole history of that. So this is my way of bridging the two series. I tend to work in series as a way of kind of compartmentalizing my ideas about, the Black female body and representation in media, whether it's print or television, music, themes of migration and vulnerability, particularly for Black women, because I feel like we've always been held as, strong pillars of the world, and we can take on everything, and there hasn't really been any space created for Black women to be vulnerable in a way that has not been exploited. So these are some of the pieces that were kind of dealing with that concept. Now this is the piece that I had started during the pandemic. Before the pandemic, actually, I was watching different news articles, and at the time, no one else was really sounding the alarm globally that this thing was happening, but you had these small things popping up, and I thought it was just like conspiracy theorists, like it's never gonna happen, right? And then it did. And so this work really developed during the pandemic, and it was like my way of kind of processing how I felt about the raging fire in the background. But still, there's like a kind of a sense of containment. You see cats repeating a lot in my work. I'm not a cat person, I don't hate them, I'm more of a dog person. But I try to be very sensitive to what is happening around me at various points in my life. So we have a lot of stray cats in our area, and they're just always in our yard, nobody else's yard, I don't know why. So I thought, why not document what is happening to me, in real time. This was another piece that I made where I attempted to bridge two different bodies of works. I have one called Spoil Breed, and this was about Black female representation. There's this idea that as a Black woman, you're supposed to look a certain way, and when you don't fit that model, you're not quite Black. And I've had people question my Blackness. I should preface this by saying that technically I'm mixed race. My father is Indo-Guyanese and my mother is, I guess, Afro-Guyanese, but hold on, kind of mix up something. So yeah, this was my way of kind of trying to merge the two series to see what would happen. So while I do tend to compartmentalize my ideas, I do allow for overlap and interplay. And this is the second piece that I made specifically for this exhibition. And I was thinking about, or trying to find a way to parallel the sargassum seaweed with the morning glory vine. There are two distinctive morning glory species that I was looking at, the one that was growing more inland and the one that was growing along the coastline. What is interesting about the vine is that when it grows along the coast, it's a really effective defense mechanism against erosion. their roots can go as deep as 2 meters. I started to see characteristics in it that are similar, or I liken them to people who move between spaces. So the consistency of the actual vine that grows along the beach is quite different. It's tougher, it's waxy, it's able to withstand extreme temperatures. It developed this defense mechanism almost where it releases a sap that repels insects. So I found the plant to be quite interesting, and I was thinking about it in a way, like through this lens of like binary oppositional thinking, which is how I guess traditionally Caribbean people, I think, are taught to think or to consider the space, like here and there. So if you're here, you're trained automatically from small to want to leave, to go there being, you know, the US or the UK or Canada or wherever, but here is always seen as a space of lack. You know, there's very little happening here. And, you know, it's always interesting to me to consider, well, how did we get to be this space of lack, or to be considered as this kind of fringe land or the periphery almost, right, where nothing really happens. And I think Guyana is interesting in that we don't have the same tourism product like all the other islands. We don't have the white sandy beaches and the blue waters. We don't have anything like that. And now what's developing is we have like an ecotourism. You know, there's still a strangeness about the whole engagement with the land and people and how this image is constructed. And sorry, trying to condense all my ideas. So these are some of the ideas that I've been thinking about, concepts of here and there specifically, that we're trained to think to leave. And personally, I've never experienced that because my parents are, I think most Korean people's parents from a certain generation, they're like determined to stay, they will never leave. And so I never felt the urge to leave home, right? And certainly not leave my parents, but leave them behind. And I guess I had this silly dream that somehow an artist from Ghana could make it work, could have a working, an active art practice being based in Ghana. And now it's, even with all discoveries and, you know, the fastest growing economy in the world, allegedly, it's getting harder to stay. You know, the cost is higher staying. And I'm sure other persons could relate, but, you know, what is the alternative? Where are you going, you know? And what is ironic is that people, like when I created this piece, deliberately in a way where you can't really tell if she's home looking outward to a place that she would like to be. I mean, they would have their own issues and their own fires that they have to put out. Or if she's in this space and she's looking back at home, right? So you can't really tell what's happening. And I think, you know, it's interesting because in Ghana, a lot of people think, oh, I want to go to the States. You know, it's going to be fantastic. I'm going to have an awesome life. And then a lot of Americans are like, yeah, no, this is not it. I want to leave. Like, what are you talking about? And so it's always interesting to consider the irony of kind of existing between these spaces. And I think Grace Anissa Ali's exhibition, Liminal Spaces, did a really fantastic job. What developed from that exhibition was actually a book of the same title, which I also have text published, as well as a few images of my work. That really helped me to think about it more carefully, because then I was hearing stories from Guyanese artists who were living overseas, and they're looking home through these lenses of like nostalgia, right? And then this creates like almost like a false idea of what home is, or what your memory of home is, because that home does not exist anymore. And so it was just interesting because they were coming from one perspective and I was coming from a different perspective. And it was interesting to see what was developing as a result of that. This is not a piece that I made. I'm just going to run through really quickly because I have 1 minute left. Again, trying to capture feelings of anxiety and all these different emotions that I was experiencing at the time. Another piece that I made in the same series. And then I also experimented with digital works, which I found was really useful when I'm not always able to be in studio to actually make the physical pieces. I could open my laptop, I could go on Photoshop and just start playing around. So these were really fun to make. This is another piece that I made for an exhibition in New York. And again, pushing the boundaries even more, experimenting on terracotta tiles. So my dream is to just fill a space with tons of tiles. I don't know how I'll be able to fund it, and the tiles are quite heavy too. So just to give you, some insight into my practice and how it kind of developed so far. Thank you.
I'm going to just forget and then we'll go.
Okay.
Is this your phone? Vanessa, is this your phone?
Yes, it's mine.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to sit down too in a second, but I'm going to ask my question up here because it's easier. So I tried to think about ways of combining some of the discussions that we've had these last 2 days, and then also thinking through some of the issues of what it means to talk about ethnobotany, talk about plants through art, which is a challenge that we face in the ancient moment, and then it's also an interesting challenge to have it in these contemporary works, especially a show that's focused on this particular algae, and then of course the morning glories that also show up in Dominique's work. So that's kind of one of the things I was thinking about in formulating this question. The other was a really exciting discovery that I had been citing Dr. Tarot's work in another venue, and then I saw, oh, he's going to be on the panel. So that was really neat, and that has to do with the ceiba tree as a spiritual keystone species. And that was interesting. I was writing a paper on maize in Mesoamerica for the Guatemalan government because they were doing a book on maize. And that was a really nice way of encapsulating that idea of this particular plant being not only a cultural keystone species, but also the spiritual one, because in Mesoamerican thought, particularly among the Maya, people are made originally of maize. So very deeply intertwined with ontology of humanity. So that was one really wonderful discovery. The other is, and this goes back to kind of the work that I do in this other sphere of a more ancient moment, is thinking about how do we start to think about the conceptualization? How do we use imagery to talk about historical ecologies that exist and what plants exist in those historical ecologies of a particular moment? And this body of visual data from the art historical record opens up windows on how to maybe piece together what was significant. And the quote that came to mind for this topic and also in past work is one by Brent Berlin, who's one of the founding figures or a major figure within ethnobiology. And he says, and this is the quote, one of the essential questions of modern systematic biology is why species exist. For ethnobotanical classification, one adds the equally essential questions of those species that exist, which are recognized and why. So in terms of archaeology, that possibly answers Berlin's which, but not the why. For pre-colonial Mesoamerican societies, what we might call an interdisciplinary or biological art historical approach allows us to modify Berlin's statement into a question to ask, how can botanical representations indicate a taxon's cultural saliency at the level of representation and accordingly as an actual biological entity imbricated in historical ecologies. Which species are depicted and used and why? Following from this and looking to our discussion from yesterday, we can modify this question further to ask, in the process of making the invisible visible through art, in what ways does art, and art broadly conceived, build new cultural or spiritual keystone species? Can we see this as another facet of resistance to mentalities that denigrate ecological systems? And or may we use the reframing of a plant through art as part of a re-ritualization in the face of the unritual that so stimulated discussion this morning? So that is to say, in what ways do you think, okay, this is the question, so you didn't have to pay attention before. The question is, in focusing on a plant like sargassum, or any other, or morning glories, are we creating a visual vocabulary that creates another kind of spiritual keystone species? And in that sense, art has this way of bringing that idea, bringing a new mythology to people, to think about their environment in different ways, that to go back to a point that was made earlier of not the activistic intensity, but to get people to think through the environments that they exist and persist through. So that's my basic question. I'll open that up to our guests first, and then to the audience, and let's see what other questions emerge.
Merci. Alors, je crois qu'effectivement, prendre en compte la façon dont les populations elles-mêmes rangent le vivant, classifient le vivant, le catégorisent, c'est quelque chose qui est extrêmement important et qui est de plus en plus, qui devient la norme en ethnosciences en général.
So I indeed believe that what is really important is how the communities and people classify and organize the living.
C'est quelque chose qu'on doit entendre et qu'on doit prendre en compte.
This is something that we have to take into account.
Et c'est pour ça effectivement qu'avec des collègues, on a développé la notion de spiritual keystone species, donc espèces clés de voûte spirituelles.
This is the reason why colleagues and myself have created the notion of spiritual what?
Keystone species.
Keystone species.
Et donc l'exemple qui nous est venu à l'esprit directement, c'est celui du fromager, le seal cotton tree.
One of the examples is the silk cotton tree.
Parce que, moi, quand je discute avec des personnes qui sont de foi, qui sont vaudouisantes, souvent ils me disent, cet arbre n'est pas juste un arbre, c'est une cathédrale.
When I discuss with voodoo practice, and they tell me that this is not just a tree, it's a cathedral.
Voilà, c'est un lieu de dévotion, c'est un lieu sacré, c'est un lieu où habitent des esprits, c'est un arbre qui fait la jonction entre le monde des esprits et celui des vivants, donc c'est un arbre dont l'importance culturelle est profondément ancrée dans la pensée symbolique de ces personnes.
So it's something that is actually making the link, so it's a sacred space and a space of devotion that really makes the link between the here and there, sorry to use also so many words, but between the living and the beyond, and it's really anchored in their culture and beliefs.
Et donc, je ne m'avancerai pas à dire que le Morning Glory ou les sargasses sont aussi des espèces clés de voûte culturelles et spirituelles, parce que ce n'est pas à nous de le décider, mais ça pourrait être le cas. Si ces espèces végétales, et ça peut être le cas d'espèces animales, sont suffisamment importantes dans les croyances populaires, dans les mythes de création, dans la façon dont ces populations perçoivent le monde, dans leur cosmovision, ce sont des espèces culturellement clés de voûte.
So I cannot say exactly if sargassum and the beach morning glory are actually keystone species, but if we consider the ways they're actually used and their practice and dailies of these communities, then maybe they are.
Et juste pour finir, ce qui est bien, mais professeur doit le savoir, c'est que cette formulation, elle est dans la filiation d'un autre terme qui existe déjà en ethnobotanique, c'était les medicinal keystone species. Donc ça, c'est quelque chose qui qui existent déjà dans le jargon depuis à peu près une dizaine d'années, et donc là elles sont beaucoup plus nombreuses. Chaque communauté culturelle a des plantes qui sont particulièrement importantes pour soigner, et donc elles sont considérées comme des medicinal keystone species. Et c'est peut-être le cas par exemple du Morning Glory dans la Caraïbe.
So there's also the question of medicinal keystone species, and the question is whether, well, in some communities where they're used as very specific plants to heal and for medicinal practices, and here it's actually also the case with the beach morning glory.
Et alors juste pour terminer, mais c'est parce que ça éclaire ce qu'on a vu au début, la vidéo qui a été envoyée par Mambo Tania, les feuilles qui sont dans le bain qu'on a vu sur la vidéo sont des feuilles de Morning Glory, qu'on appelle en créole haïtien patate bas-de-lamais, patate parce que c'est le même genre botanique que la patate douce, bord de mer, bas-de-lamais parce que ça pousse sur le littoral.
So what is interesting is in the video that was shown by Mambo Tanya, it's actually the plants that were used were the beach morning glory, and these are called patate bas-de-lamais, which is kind of a Creole meaning of the plants growing close to the sea.
I think that's really interesting. I'm not aware, or haven't gone that far down in my research to know if we are knowledgeable of the many uses of the beach morning glory plant. It's possible that there are pockets of the population who are familiar with the uses, but as far as I'm aware, I don't think so. I think sometimes when we have our cleanup campaigns along the coast, people tend to see it as, oh, we need to take this thing out, and it's like, that's crazy because this is just as important as the mangroves, right? They serve a purpose. Although when they're removed from the coastline and they go further inland, it becomes more of a problem because they're so deeply rooted, they're hard to get rid of, which is an advantage along the coast, but further inland it becomes a problem. But it's really interesting. I definitely have to do some more research on that.
Et je voulais juste rajouter quelque chose. Quand je parlais de l'importance de reconnaître les classifications populaires du végétal, ça c'est un bon exemple. D'un point de vue taxonomique occidental, je ne sais pas ce que ça veut dire, mais d'un point de vue taxonomique de botaniste, les sargasses et le morning glory, c'est deux plantes absolument différentes. Mais du point de vue de la classification du végétal dans le vaudou haïtien, ces deux plantes appartiennent à la même famille, elles appartiennent aux plantes des esprits de la mer. Donc on les regroupe.
So this is why I mentioned it's so important about classification, organization of different plants and species, popular classifications, and whether, like in science, it's two different species. But here, actually, considering by this community specifically, it's actually part of the same family because they are coming from the ocean or close to the ocean. So it's the same spiritual family.
So I guess I have a question then. I feel like certainly we don't know whether Sargassum is a spiritual keystone species yet, but the show in part makes the proposition that it is, in a way, because we're evolving towards that. So it shows a kind of dynamic change, and whether it continues to be that or evolve into that situation still remains to be seen, but that's part of, maybe that's a question for Vanessa. Is that something that is emerging? Because that's something that feels of reinscribing a kind of importance that goes beyond just the scientific taxonomy of it into something that puts it into a different realm. And that's what one of the messages that I got out of working on the exhibition and the project was to see that emerge as something that was worth thinking about. If something that had not had that place before, we are supposed to, as an audience, engage with it in a way that elevated it to thinking about that dimension. And if we can do that with Sargassum, which is in this context where it has become something of a blight, then is that a potential for reconceiving our place in ecological systems because we could resuscitate those or reframe them in ways that made them seem special, in ways that we might treat them differently because we were not just thinking about them as resources to extract from. And so that's what was really kind of an exciting proposition that goes beyond the specifics of Sargassum to this larger program.
Je peux. Alors, Je suis complètement d'accord. Et alors moi j'ai un exemple qui est intéressant pour comparer avec ce qui se passe avec les sargasses. C'est l'exemple d'une plante tout à fait terrestre, mais qui est une espèce exotique envahissante, considérée comme telle en Guyane française.
I totally agree, and because I want to compare with another species which is totally growing on the land, but is
Alors c'est le niaouli en français, je ne sais pas comment on l'appelle en
the
anglais.
niaouli.
Mais la Leuca quinquenervia, bon, c'est une plante qui est originaire d'Australie, qui a été introduite en Guyane et qui envahit le littoral guyanais.
It's a plant originally from Australia, but that is actually invading French Guyana's plateau and land.
Et alors, les écologues disent que, évidemment, c'est un gros problème, c'est un danger. D'un point de vue écologique, effectivement, ça l'est, parce que ça prend le dessus sur d'autres plantes qui, elles, sont indigènes.
Ecologists say it's a danger because it's threatening other species on the land and invading progressively.
Donc c'est un problème écologiquement, mais culturellement, cette plante est perçue comme une bénédiction. Les populations se sont appropriées cette plante, l'utilisent pour des usages médicinaux, pour des usages médico-magiques, et donc la science voit la plante comme un problème, mais les populations, qui sont les premières à être concernées par cette espèce, la perçoivent comme quelque chose d'extraordinaire. C'est une plante qui a une odeur aromatique, c'est une plante qui pousse toute seule, elle est invasive, mais donc eux le voient comme plutôt quelque chose de... Pardon, désolé, je suis parti pour une heure de conférence sur le niaouli là.
So no, ecologically speaking, this plant is considered a threat, but culturally speaking, it was actually welcomed as a benediction and also used for medicinal practices and other culture practices. And then I lost you.
Et donc, là je fais de la botanique fiction, mais peut-être, qui sait que dans 50 ans, ces sargasses qui aujourd'hui sont un problème pour des raisons économiques, sociales, touristiques, etc., eh bien peut-être qu'elles auront intégré aussi effectivement la cosmovision des populations insulaires et que elles seront plus considérées comme un problème, mais comme un élément absolument évident de leur écosystème.
So maybe I'm doing botanist fiction, but maybe one day sargassum will be integrated into the daily lives, and that can be also transformed into futurist propositions. And I have to jump in, this is not what you said, but obviously this is the theme that we're going to discuss tomorrow. It's about the futuristic perspectives and how we can transform the sargassum and also live with it. And I want just to add also, it has been very difficult to decide where to put this panel, whether today, where we're talking about medicinal practices, how it's translated into visual practices, or actually putting it into the transcendent, the beyond conversation that we're also going to have tomorrow. So it's really in between, and it's interesting to listen.
Well, that redeems its position at the end of the day. So are there other questions from the audience on this topic or related ones, or the specific presentations that our guests have made?
Moi j'avais une question pour Dominique aussi. Alors j'ai une question très botanique, c'est que j'ai vu sur tes productions qu'il y a à la fois le Morning Glory, mais il y a une autre fleur, qui est aussi une fleur côtière qui apparaît. Est-ce que c'est fait exprès? En fait, il y a deux plantes, il n'y a pas qu'une seule plante.
I have a botanical question for you, Dominique. I noticed that you have in your paintings two different plants. There's the beach morning glory, but also another one that grows on the coast. Was this random or intentional? What is it?
Yes, that was intentional. The first photograph that I started with in this slide, that was really the springboard for the investigation. And at the time, like I said, I didn't know what would come from that. I didn't expect anything to come from that. But after I was invited to show up for the exhibition, I started to do some research. I went back to the image, and I was like, okay, well, let me try to see if I can find this plant somewhere else. And I was walking along our, what we call a seawall, and I noticed that a very similar looking vine was growing there, and I took a photograph and I ran it through the Google lens, and this is a family to this other vine that I found further inland. So for me, it was like trying to create space for the two to coexist. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question for Dominique. I'm going to stray from flora for a moment, but it is part of the system, I suppose, and that is, could you speak a bit to your usage of butterflies? Is it something that's part of the observational practice, or is there a kind of iconography that has different meanings, or is it a tactic to enter into another, I don't know, surrealistic or futuristic space? I guess that's another lead into tomorrow.
So I try to develop a visual language. I use elements repeatedly in the work to represent different things. So butterflies for me represent, transformation and, moving from one state to the next. And of course, migration patterns. I deliberately choose monarchs because I felt like their migration story, it feels very familiar, right? And it felt appropriate to include them in my series. But I have many other elements that you see popping up repeatedly. The lamp, sometimes I use a bell, and I use them as almost like opposites. So at home, there is this thing, I don't know if anyone else in the Caribbean could relate, but usually when there is a death in the rural communities, they would, back in the days, it would be a donkey cart or a horse cart or a bicycle. They would ride around ringing a bell to announce the death of that person. And so for me, the bell became a symbol of death, and the lamp became a symbol of life. So that was how I choose to use it in my work. Yeah.
So I just want to follow up on, so that I did find the whole life cycle from caterpillar to chrysalis to butterfly very interesting. And so that, I assumed that it was about transformation, but do you have anything, because it seemed like the chrysalis entered in, well, maybe there was some in the first one too, but is there any additional information? Because it seemed like in that trajectory from the headless appropriated figures to your own figure, that itself is kind of an interesting transformation that I hadn't known when we were putting the show up. But to see that then in relation to the life cycle of the caterpillar, but then the life cycle of the figure in the work over time rather than within the image was an interesting thing that just came out today, really, or at least for me.
Yeah, I think it could be related to how the series evolves and my decision to be more intentional with the pieces and the choices that I was making in each piece. Because it's my story, my mini migrations, but I also wanted it to be almost like universal, right? So like you can look at the piece and you can in some way relate to the story, and that's why I still chose to keep the figures faceless. They have heads, but they don't have faces. Yeah.
Je voulais faire un dernier commentaire si je peux. Je voulais montrer quelque chose qui est en commun entre le fromager dont on a parlé et les sargasses. Il se trouve que...
Last comment, I wanted to draw a parallel between the silk cotton tree and the sargassum.
Il se trouve que c'est la même espèce qu'on retrouve en Afrique et en Amérique. Saiba t'entendra pour le silk cotton tree.
It's the same species that you find in Africa and
in South America.
Okay, sorry.
Et ça, c'est antérieur à la venue des colons, des Européens. Donc, c'est pas une espèce qui a été amenée par les humains.
So this was not a species brought by the humans because they were there before.
Eh ben, une des hypothèses les plus probables, c'est que les graines du fromager aient flotté dans l'océan Atlantique entre l'Afrique et l'Amérique, parce qu'elles sont entourées d'un duvet qu'on appelle le capoc, qui flotte très bien. Et donc elles ont flotté comme les sargasses jusqu'à ici.
One hypothesis is that actually the seeds of the silk cotton tree were actually floating in the ocean and were brought as such, like the sargassum, through the ocean and then landed here.
Voilà, donc elles ont emprunté le même chemin.
Yeah.
Other questions from the audience, or yes?
Hi, good afternoon. So with regard to the idea of invasive species evolving into a kind of pseudo-native species where it involves itself now with the sociology of the country. We're looking at sargassum as, you know, invasive on a whole other level than, say, something like bougainvillea, for example, you know. And so I'm wondering if, in your view of our history with regard to plants, and specifically the transplanting of plants into the Caribbean, if there's ever been something coming into the region that has been as destructive as sargassum.
Alors, je suis pas sûr d'avoir tout compris, je veux bien, Vanessa, pardon. Oui et non. Des espèces invasives qui posent des problèmes écologiques, il y en a beaucoup. Qui sont venues par l'océan, c'est-à-dire par hydrocorie naturelle, non. Mais qui sont venues par la voie humaine, oui. On a tout un... Pardon.
So yes and no, there's many species which have arrived actually, who have been invading the land, and not necessarily through the ocean, but some that are already there, for instance.
Mais encore une fois, j'insiste sur le fait que ces espèces qui sont disruptives d'un point de vue écologique sont parfois culturellement bien acceptées. Je prends un autre exemple, mais il y en a plein. Il y a une...
So yeah, just I insist on the fact that maybe again this invasion are disruptive from an ecological point of view, but culturally they are actually welcome and accepted, and as you mentioned, maybe a benediction.
Dans la Caraïbe, on a une herbe qui pousse partout le long des routes qu'on appelle herbe de Guinée, Panicum maximum, Guinea grass.
In the Caribbean, there's a herb that actually grows along the roads that's called herb from Guinea.
Et cette plante est arrivée en Amérique sur les bateaux négriers parce qu'elle servait d'herbe fourragère, de fourrage pour le bétail. Et aujourd'hui, elle s'est répandue de façon extrêmement invasive.
This plant was actually brought by the slave ships, and they were actually used for farming.
Eh ben, on pourrait dire que c'est un problème puisqu'elle a envahi le bord des routes, elle a pris la place d'autres espèces, mais elle est utilisée comme herbe médicinale, elle est utilisée comme herbe pour l'élevage traditionnel, et surtout, certaines populations afrodescendantes gardent en mémoire son origine africaine et font d'elle une herbe sacrée.
So yes, they're very disruptive because they're everywhere, but culturally they have been used as medicinal plants, and also they keep the memory of African descendant culture and heritage, and the community acknowledges that.
Voilà, donc la réponse est oui, il y a beaucoup d'espèces. Moi j'étais à Miami avant-hier et je regardais les jardins à Little Haiti, et c'est beaucoup de plantes exotiques qui viennent d'ailleurs. Nous les humains on voyage toujours avec des plantes, c'est comme ça, mais ça finit par faire partie d'un paysage culturel et il faut aussi l'accepter comme tel, je pense.
So yes, there's invasive species, but when I went to Miami, as I was in Miami last time, I went through the gardens of Little Haiti, and I noticed a lot of foreign species, and we as humans always travel with plants, and definitely maybe there's stranger species for a while, but then in the end they eventually are accepted and are part of our cultural lives and communities. Yeah.
Well, just going back to that question then I think that sometimes it's just horrific and there's no redemption, because the other area that I work in is in cycads in Japan and Okinawa, and they're now being invaded by armored scale insect that is basically will mean the extinction of those particular plants in those islands, which are, and they're culturally important plants there. And the people that I've worked with there who are desperate to try to preserve the plants and try to have some kind of government reaction that is going to address the problem, they face, cover up and so, and that's an example of something that seems a horrific event and almost unstoppable. I mean, we have the scale insects here in Florida, but the winters sometimes knock them back. Our plants in front of here are infected, but there it will mean the disappearance of these cultural traditions that are based around those plants. Sorry.
Okay. That is it's not a question but it's a remark. It's for Dominique. I heard a story, maybe Mark, you will confirm or not. I heard a story that's to give some food to the slave on the boat. They give them some vegetables. I think the name is pourpier. And when they travel, when they travel, when they arrive in America, the butterfly was inside this pourpier, and they're happier. And I think that about maybe there is some relation with butterfly in your painting.
I mean, that's the first time I'm hearing that, so it would be interesting to do some more research and see what comes up from that.
Alors, j'ai déjà entendu cette histoire. Je ne pourrais pas la confirmer parce que je ne suis pas spécialiste de la question, mais c'est probable que des espèces animales et végétales qui ont coévolué ensemble aient voyagé ensemble.
I have never heard exactly this, but it's totally probable that both plants and insects or animals have traveled at the same time.
I have a question for Tom. You must be aware of this artist, this Dutch artist that went to the Guyana in the 1700s. Her name is Maria Sibylla Merriam, and she, I mean, you're like the new version of her, and just adding. Tu parles pas anglais?
Yes, she does.
I'm sorry. I mean, you're the new version of her, revisiting all of this work that she did, but with the, like you carry her work back to, like the African component, the mystical component about plants is what was missing in her work, I thought. And I think that your work just brings that full front to, like in these kind of portrayals and studies that you're doing. It's fantastic, thank you.
Oh, I was just going to say I've never heard of the artist either, so I have a lot of homework to do when I get back to the hotel. It's been really informative. Yes, thank you.
She went there, she was already 40 or 45 years old, and she went with her 2 daughters, and she was already 40. She went to study the metamorphosis of butterflies and plants and what they ate and everything. I mean, it's just an amazing artist that not very many people know. If you don't know her, I mean, she was in Guyana when probably there were 10 people, like in what's this capital of
Georgetown.
Georgetown. Yeah. Anyways, she was there in the 1700s, so you should check her out. You would love it.
Definitely. Thank you.
So there's time for a few more questions if you have them.
Maybe I have one for Marc-Alexandre. As you were interviewing the population about the use and going back to your childhood memories, the use of sargassum, did you feel that this was like a practice that is kind of surviving in the middle of everything, and that is just, a few older generations doing it and maybe transmitting it, or is this a dying practice? What do these practices look like in the future? Are they growing? Are they dying? Are they like struggling to survive?
C'est une très bonne question. Alors, moi je crois, c'est un avis très personnel, qu'on est aujourd'hui à une époque, on est dans un entre-deux-mondes. C'est-à-dire qu'on a encore des survivances de pratiques qui résistent au temps mais qui tombent dans l'oubli.
Okay, we're in between different worlds, between practices that are still surviving but maybe are being forgotten.
Donc on a des anciens qui connaissent ces pratiques, mais qui s'en vont avec leurs connaissances.
We have ancients that actually dying, and with them the knowledge about these practices.
Mais on a aussi une jeune génération, notamment caribéenne, qui essaye de se reconnecter à ses racines et qui, malgré le gap, malgré la rupture qu'il y a pu y avoir à un moment entre les générations, essaye de faire revivre aussi des pratiques, des connaissances, des représentations.
But there's a new generation, notably in the Caribbean, that is really trying to reconnect with its roots and with the knowledge of the ancestors, and trying to gather this knowledge and information to kind of continue the practice.
C'est quelque chose qu'on voit notamment beaucoup dans l'art. Et je pense que les sargasses, en tant qu'éléments qui sont aussi dans un entre-deux-mondes, parce que c'est un élément de la mer qui vient s'échouer à terre, et donc qui fait la jonction entre les esprits de la mer et les esprits de la terre. Dans cette nouvelle spiritualité, dans cette nouvelle forme d'art, où on essaie de se reconnecter aux racines, je pense que les sargasses vont prendre une place centrale là-dedans.
This is not only the case in the visual arts, but through the arts, and in particular with sargassum, because sargassum is really a junction between, as they are stranding on the beaches, they really make the link between the ocean and the earth, and the divinities and spirits between these two worlds, and are a plant of junction and bridge.
Thank you. I'll try to put this together. So, with respect to the bridge between the cosmovisions that embrace the forest and that embrace the ocean, because there's such a diversity in the region, I was thinking about what you said about the beaches not having that kind of tourism, and also thinking about Guyanese people not accessing the beach in the ways that they do in the other parts of the Caribbean, but at the same time, in the other parts of the Caribbean, some of these plants and trees are less accessible in the main, spheres. I was looking for a cotton tree a few years ago to film for my film about Kumina, and we couldn't find it on any main roads, and we had to really interrogate the people in the towns that we were passing, and finally they said, oh, there's a tree right there, so that once we interacted with people, they knew what the plant life was like inside the bush, but without that knowledge, it wouldn't be visible. So I was curious about bridging between older and newer communities in places that have that kind of vegetation, that kind of connection to the forest, and also connections between indigenous and Afro-descendant groups.
Yeah, I think in Ghana we're kind of fortunate in that we have a strong history of using these plants as medicine, and still have a strong history of that, and still present. I think where we kind of falter is that it hasn't been very well documented, so there's a lot of oral tradition passing down from generations to generations. We have a lot of what they call bush doctors. I don't know if that might be, offensive in some communities, but this is a term that they use, it's more like a familial knowledge, and you can still access those things. There are pockets of Georgetown even where the markets are, where you can go and it's just herbs everywhere, all different types, roots, leaves, you name it, seeds, and these people are very knowledgeable of exactly how you use this, how much, when, and the aftercare and all of that. So I think we are very fortunate and we still have that tradition. And on the other side of it too, when it comes to our indigenous peoples, again, we're very fortunate in that we have a very large population still of indigenous peoples. I don't think a whole lot of other Caribbean islands can say the same. And they have a very close way of dealing or sharing knowledge, which we respect. So I think those traditions are still very strong. I mean, you obviously have the influence of technology and, you know, a lot of these indigenous persons leaving their communities and coming to town to work and study, and then, you know, how that kind of alters the way this knowledge is passed down, if they're interested in still passing down this knowledge. But certainly there have been many attempts. I think now we have about 2 or 3 dictionaries of indigenous words and other publications where attempt to document these things before, you know, the elders kind of die with the knowledge. But yeah.
Well, if there's no other questions, then thank you very much for joining us. And and then Vanessa,
Yes.
we saw the video, so I was supposed to announce that, but we've already seen it. So the next step, I think, is the mocktail, Sargassum mocktail.
Yes, I just want to confirm that mocktails of the reception is ready. I think so, but no. So okay. So we have a little break before this starts. I will let you know, and then we have the little mocktail reception, and I will say a few words with the artist Mehdi Michelon, who will tell us how she actually created a mocktail made of sargassum, and it's, of course, totally drinkable. It will not poison you tonight.
Well, thank you so much. That was very fast.